What up, though? What's poppin'? What's happening? What's going on? It's your man Martinez. Wow, what a night, man. What a night. Yo, this kid Chocolatito Gonzalez, bro. Oh, man, he's something special. Damn, bro. He gave that dude a beating. I didn't give him no rounds. I'm looking at the scorecard right here. The official scorecard is that this thing 118, 110, 117, 111, 110 to 112. I'm sorry, man. It was looking like this all night long for me. But we'll talk about all of that and more. Let me run this intro, share this link. But yo, he dusted him. Gave him everything he wanted, bro. We'll talk about that. Also, the UFC card is about to start right now. That's in the background, so I'm watching that in the background. But they just Covington and Masvidal both now just getting in the ring. And yeah, man, it's about to go down in a major way. Super excited about this fight. We'll talk about that. Y'all let me know who y'all got winning that. Let me share this link out. So while we're looking at this UFC, we can do a quick recap of the Chocolatito Gonzalez fight as well. But wow, this was a clinic, man. And we got to talk about that Laura Sanchez and how Laura came back right there. Some would say in the last 10 seconds, but if you do the count, when they do that 10-second clap, you got a whole another 15 to 18 seconds. But we'll talk about it. I'm gonna open the phone line up. Give me 5 minutes. Let me share this link out, and I'll be right back. It's your man Martinez, Breaking Beats. Show more. What up, homie?
This is my passion. This is what I love to do. But some days, sometimes, I'm just like you, man. I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. I'm just like you. Damn, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. Man, I hate my job. From a good dream I wake, sun rays on my face, planning out my day, hoping this ain't the one that I catch a case. I feel so good, I feel so straight. My manager keep calling me saying, hurry up, you late. Hurry up, you lay off, y'all. Man, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. Been trying to play it cool, but it's hard to play it off. I've been hanging on to this bullshit, cause my car still ain't paid off. I know I'm on my way up, my boy just got laid off, so y'all. Man, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. These hoes is so ratchet. These hoes is so sneaky. Y'all don't even really pay enough for y'all to only pay bi-weekly. I'm trying to double up my cash, take this job, shove it up your ass. Yo, man, I hate this job. Sometimes I wanna say, walk in and slap my boss. This shit is getting hard. Damn, I hate this job. Gotta make it out of this struggle, bruh. And I don't really mean to take it out on you. You just a customer, but damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. We're the reason why your stockholders always stay afloat. Yet I'm asking, are they hiring? Like everywhere I go, schedule will say 9, but I think it's fine if I clock in at 9:04. I work 40 hours a week plus overtime just to be bro. So y'all, man, I hate this job. Hate that I applied. So much has transpired since the day that I was high. Told me I could advance, but you were telling me lies. Gotta give your notice before I quit, but you don't say shit right before I'm fired. Damn, man, I hate this job. Sometimes I wanna say, walk in and slap my boss. This shit is getting hard. Damn, I hate this job. Gotta make it out of this struggle, bruh. And I don't really mean to take it out on you. You just a customer, but damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. You and your procedures, you and your protocol, you and your policies, none of that shit don't apply to me. You and your quotas, you and your standards, you and your 2 sick days a year. Y'all niggas bananas. Wonder why the postman's posted with hammers, going postal with Popo on camera. His wage got him enraged, stressed out, it's hard to maintain. He flips the middle, grabs his. He said, if you don't get the picture, bitch, I quit, you ain't shit, mother. Man, I hate this job. Sometimes I wanna say, get walk in and slap my boss. This shit is getting hard. Damn, I hate this job. Gotta make it out of this struggle, bruh. And I don't really mean to take it out on you. You just a customer, but damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Look, man, I hate this job. I put my pants on one leg at a time, just like you. I'm out here trying to take care of my family. Damn, I hate this job. It's not always glamorous, for real. But I do what I gotta do for me and mine, you know? Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. I'm just like you, nigga. Damn, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. Man, I hate my job.
The views and opinions expressed in this program are those of the speakers, commentators, experts, and/or the host. They do not explicitly nor necessarily reflect nor represent the channel's policy or the views held by the channel or broadcaster. The broadcaster or its channel cannot be held accountable for all or any views expressed during the program. Basically, if I didn't say it, don't come for me. You come for the person who said it. And please don't sue me for somebody else's words. With that said, let's start the show, motherfucker.
This that squad,
Yeah. What up, though? What's poppin'? What's happening? What's going on? You're back in the lab with your favorite nigga, your man Marqnash. He is I am you. Oh man, what a fight, man. It's a one-way beat. What's good? Shug Moore said that's what you get when you get a good champion and when pound for pound great. You get embarrassed. Oh my God, it was a one-way. It was one way. It's a one-way beat. One-way beat. We got this UFC fight going on over here. Jorge Masvidal is in there right now with Covington too. So we watching that one. And we'll see how that goes as well. Let me make sure I got the chat open up here so I can watch both screens. Yeah, man. How do y'all feel about the fight? I open the phone line up. I'd love to hear from you. Make sure I got the phone line on the screen. But yeah, man, damn good fight for Chocolatito, man. He went in there and got busy. Cool, calm, collected. His balance was just so on point the whole way. So on point. Like, if y'all can see in the chat, I was hard pressed to get the kid any round. I thought it was one way. I didn't really get the kid no round. Some people might have gave him round one. See, but the problem with boxing is, why do we even have a score like 116, 112? Why do we even have a score like that in this fight? 1-0 down, 116, 112 going on. Come on, bro. And y'all know it. Y'all know on the 116 and 112. I dropped the link so y'all can chop it up with me. Let me know what y'all think of these fights. Let me know what you think. And yeah, man. Another good weekend of sports. Y'all know how I do. Let me see. Make sure I got the right phone number on the screen. Which one we gonna do? 1766. Make sure I got this right. 1766. Yeah. So 404-692-1766, so you can pull up. Hold on, yo. Had to get these damn lights going, baby. Had to get the lights going. You know what I'm saying? Dreams behind me, man. Goals and effort all in front of me. Absolutely. Shout out to everybody pulling up. Rob G, what up, though? Shout out to my guy, Rob G. Shout out to Nick Cassiano. Shout out to my guy, that guy Eclipse. Yeah, man. Early on, I look, when we got about 5-0, I stopped even counting the rounds. I was like, yo, this kid is taking a beat. This guy's taking a beat. Let me see what's going on right here on this UFC card. We got the UFC fight going on in the background as well. Make sure I got the YouTube open so I can see the chat. Other than that, I'll just look over and call this UFC fight until we finish. Yeah, man. But shout out to everybody out there doing their thing. What a fight, man! The kid was on point too. Like he was game. He was trying real hard. Martinez. He just didn't have enough. His stance was kind of like he got exposed. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't even gonna hold you. He got exposed tonight. His footwork. Let me see. I think I tried to take a picture of that. He just kept getting squared up. And so many. Yeah, he just kept getting squared up. And I was like, why does he keep getting? He was switching from southpaw to right to conventional and back to southpaw. But he wasn't that effective. Even when he was throwing the punches, like he was winding up. Like a lot of this was going on. A lot of resting on the ropes. Chocolatito just had good balance, good foot movement. I feel like he could do whatever he wanted to do in there. I feel like at one point, shout out my guy Clips. He said Kobe dry humping Jorge so far. 2 minutes to go in round one. They about to start round two now. Yeah, but I like this kid Chocolatito, man. I was talking about how he might go up in a way to fight at what they say he might go back. He might go up. What they talking about? He might go up 118, 121. I forgot what they said. They say he might go up. Try to get a fifth division. I thought he was in there getting busy though. And this kid right here, man, at what point does the corner say, yo, you're not gonna win this fight, live to fight another day? Think about his safety. But this kind of fight right here is why your favorite fighters sometimes, you know what I'm saying? They're not the same when they get old. These fights like this take years off your career, man. And I don't know if the kid needed to go all the way through with this. I know some people are like, damn, Marqnash, get there, let him fight. I don't know, homie. This kid was getting beat up bad, yo. Uppercuts, headshots. Like, anything he wanted to do, Roman was in there doing it. And sometimes I felt like, yo, Roman could stop this guy if he really pressed on the gas. He could probably stop this dude. Look at these shots right here. Big left hook, shifting his whole face. Big left hooks, big right hands, big uppercuts. He's doing whatever you want to do. Yeah, man, but we gonna finish talking about this boxing. The phone number on the screen. Let me know what you thought about the fight. 404-692-1766, so you can click the link and you can pull up on the panel, chop it up with me. Let me see what they're talking about out here. It's my brother Shelton Moore on the floor. What's up, Shelton Moore? How you feel, my G?
I'm good, man. How you?
I'm always good, even when it's bad, my brother. What you think of the fights, homie?
That's what you get when you put a good champion in with a pound-for-pound break. That's what you get.
A one-sided ass whooping?
A complete beatdown. Martinez won the first round. That was it.
I was hard pressed to give him any round, homie.
Once Chocolatito felt his power and felt he couldn't hurt him, he just walked through. That boy's special, man. Chocolatito can fight. That boy's special.
Bro, his balance, his form,
His footwork, perfect technique on the defense, body work. He just dismantled that kid.
Yo, the kid lacked a lot of skill though, man. Let's keep it a buck. He had his hands. How many times did he get hit with lefts and rights with his hands in his pocket? Hands straight down at his waist. How many times did you see him just wailing with these arm punches? Not even, he was just swinging like this at times, like He like he was drowning.
And in 22 fights, that shit worked for him 21 times, 18 knockouts. It's just when you step up to the elite competition, and that's the difference between Chocolatito and the wrestling cats. Chocolatito is elite.
Absolutely.
50-3, 35 knockouts, 4-division world champion. He's elite. That shit you was doing with JoJo and Ray Ray down the block ain't gonna work with him.
Yeah, man, that's what I was saying too. Like, but some of his fundamentals though was bad. Like, he was getting out of position. He kept getting himself caught up, squared up. He was swinging, like keeping his hands up. How about that? Keeping your hands up. There was times he was getting hit and he would be like this. Wow, wow. Bam, bam.
And think about this, Marqnash. I want you to be honest with me. How many fighters do we have right now that have great technique?
I mean, I can't count them all, but there's a lot of fighters out there that got great.
No, it's not.
I can start naming.
No, it's not.
I can start naming a lot of them right now. Some good fighters.
Okay. Give me two.
Shakur
Besides
Stevenson.
Crawford,
Shakur
Smith. Give me two.
I'm about to say. I didn't even start with him. I started with Shakur Stevenson.
That's one.
Crawford.
2.
Canelo.
2.5.
Nah, Canelo got good balance in that ring. He don't be in there flopping all over the
Good
place.
head movement. His feet suck. He don't have good feet. They got great head movement, great upper body movement.
He ain't gotta move his feet too much. He walking through these boys. We don't know how good Chocolatito footwork would have been tonight. He didn't have to move
because they can't fight. He can't. They can't. He can't.
He didn't have to move. Look, he used them legs that night he fought Triple G. He did some work in it, especially that first fight.
I bet you can make him this time. So what?
That's what you asking. I'm just talking about a time where I saw he had to use his legs a little bit.
Right.
Other than that, he chasing these
just gave him the fight.
But I'm talking about fundamentals, point placement, the right hand, the way he does the pull counter. He'll do pull counters with the uppercut. The way at some point he cut your ass off. You ain't gonna be running all night. We ain't going to the cars, homie. Let me stop this shit right now. It's getting around 7, 8. I got shit to do. I got some shit to do. It's about over for you. You can't run no more.
Did you see the interview, bro?
Because he let him run around for a little bit, the first few rounds. He was work, but he let him run around. Oh, did I see the interview? Of course I saw the interview.
That shit was gangster, wasn't it?
Bro, he said what we were saying.
Tell them motherfuckers to fight each other. I'll fight the winner. I don't give a fuck who it is. Triple G, I'm gonna beat his ass because he's been talking shit about me.
Been talking shit about me. That's what I'm talking about. I love Canelo's energy right there. Canelo was talking that talk, bro. You gotta respect that.
You can't do nothing but.
Yo, you think they're gonna fight each other though?
Who?
These other guys that Canelo's talking about.
What choice do they have? He just told you he ain't fighting. He just told you I'm busy, I'm not fighting.
Oh yeah, he said I'm busy. They set him up with that alley-oop too. They was like, what's your message to these guys? He said, go fight each other. I'm busy. I'm booked all year. I'm booked and busy.
But what's so fucked up is this, bro. If you are truly a boxing fan, right? And you want to see the best fight the best, right? That shit should be music to your ears, bro. That shit should be music to your ears. Because that's what we've been calling for the whole time, haven't we? You motherfuckers need to fight each other. Ain't we been saying that?
Yeah. I can't remember how long, bro. We've been saying it forever.
Niggas need to fight each other. Stop waiting on one guy and fight this guy.
I can't hear you. Say that last part again, bro.
I said you been saying for a long time. Stop waiting on one guy and fight each other.
Yeah, man. You think they're gonna do it though? If so, who you think to be the first two to jump out there and say, "Yeah, we're gonna fight each other"?
What choice do they have? Now, here's
No, I'm
the
saying
rumor
who?
mill.
Who's gonna be the first to jump out there?
The rumor mill says that your boy Big Mo is in talks to fight Erislandy Lara.
What are they fighting for?
What you think
What are they
about that?
competing for?
What you think about that?
What are they competing for?
All right. Lara got the WBA regular
At 160?
at middleweight. At middleweight, they be competing for Maul's title. Maul's the middleweight champion, ain't he?
Yeah, he got the WBC, but I was like, what does Lara bring? All I'm just saying is like, ain't they stablemates?
What that got to do with it?
You missing the point. I'm just asking. Like, you'll fight your stablemate, but you wouldn't fight Andre.
Hey, you helping me. You helping my
Like
point.
Lara, I don't know how much Lara even got in the tank still, compared to fighting
I
like
was telling my boy, when my boy told me about it, I said, well, that's a lose-lose. He's like, what you mean? I said, shit, if he wins, he'll be the 40-year-old man.
shit like that.
If he loses, he wasn't shit anyway. He's a lose-lose. You can't win in a fight like that.
I don't even think he's like the. I gotta look at the 160 rankings, bro. See who else is up there all the time. Because I'm not good in every division, you know. And I'm
gonna be honest with you, Marq Nash. When you look at 160, the only names you gonna know is Charlo and Triple G. You ain't gonna know the rest of them motherfuckers. You ain't gonna know none of them. Never hold them. They may still have Derevyanchenko in there, but he's busy. He can't fight. He got some shit going on right now. So, rest of them you never heard of.
What happened to Derevyanchenko?
He's Russian.
Oh yeah. Reggie,
Yeah,
what up though? Yeah, man, that was a hell of a fight, man. This kid, that guy Chocolatito, man, it seemed like he could do whatever he wanted to at times, bro. Oh, what was your take? Did you see that Lara versus Sanchez fight, yo?
Oh yeah, that was beautiful. Lara got his ass out of there at the bell.
No. Go back and watch it.
What you mean?
When the referee said, hey, don't do that no more, I'm going to take a point because you holding, right? He had 10 seconds.
Right.
It wasn't 10 seconds when he knocked him out. Me and Clips, we was watching backstage, bro. We paused to rewind it, go back and watch it. It's about it. After they do the 10 clap right there. So time go by, and then they do, I think about 10 seconds go by, and then they do the 10 clap again. And then about 15 seconds go by, and then the bell rung.
Well, when did he hit him? Did he hit him before the bell or after the bell?
That's what I was telling Clips. Oh, it only about to punch that before the bell. I was just talking about they gave the round was longer. They did the 10 clap, and then instead of ringing the bell, they did another 10 clap.
Oh,
and
okay.
And even then, it wasn't 10 seconds. It was like 15 seconds. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It was like by the time they did the 10 clap, they let about 15 seconds roll off, and then they did the 10 clap. Like the round should have been over. I told Clips. Round ain't never over until that bell ring.
I watched the first 2 rounds of that fight. It wasn't gonna matter. It wasn't gonna last too much longer anyway.
Nah, you gotta watch the fight, bro. That round, he was winning. Sanchez was winning that round. Sanchez was winning that third round, bro.
Like I always say, Marq Nash, he was winning the third round until he wasn't.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, the fight was worth a full watch. Like, watching the first 2 rounds.
He was knocked out anyway. He was too wild. Lara was gonna catch him eventually, because he caught Lara. He had Lara hurt, but he couldn't finish him. Lara was gonna catch him and get him out of there. Lara's a beast. That's the one that went over to Josh over to England and mollywop Josh Warrington. That's the same cat.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I do remember that. Damn.
Yeah.
But I never thought Josh Warrington was that good anyway.
And Laura showed you how bad he was, didn't he? Laura took his ass over and around and showed you that this was fucking shit.
Yeah, Chocolatito though, man. Wow, yo.
Chocolatito is a finish.
What's next for him, bro?
He said he wants that rematch with Estrada. He wants that trilogy. He said he know he won that fight. He said Estrada know I won that fight. I want it back. But what he said, I like what he said. He kept it deep. He said, I don't give a damn who it is as long as they pay me well.
He did say, he did get old boy's props. He said, yeah, that's the only fight I lost. What was the dude?
Yeah. Estrada.
No. It wasn't Estrada. It was the other guy.
Oh, the other guy. Yeah.
It might have been the Asian dude. What's his name?
Yeah.
I forgot his name.
They talking about moving him up to 118 and fighting the other kid. The kid on the pound for pound list. What's his name? The Japanese kid.
Hold on, let me get this other string back on. You said that what kid?
The Japanese kid at 118. That they say on the pound for pound list. The monster, in a way.
Oh yeah. Now I would pay for that. But like a boy
I
said,
would pay for that too.
I would pay for that, man. I don't think casual fans would pay for it though.
I tell you another option for him.
Shit.
At 118 if he move up.
What's the option?
No Nito Donaire.
Oh no. A matter of fact, but Donaire looked real good in his last fight. He got old boy the fuck up out of there.
Donaire looked good in his last 3 fights.
I got your clips. Let me fix this shit in the background. Donaire
looked good in his last 3 fights. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, he on the warpath. So is Kobe. So is Covington right now too. Covington.
I knew that fight was. I knew that fight was gonna go that way. All he doing is
giving Masvidal some work.
Yeah. He wrestled him the whole night. So Covington ain't trying to get. He got beat on by what's my man name? Guzman. He ain't trying to stand up with nobody no more.
Oh yeah, he gave him
learned
some work.
lesson in that shit.
He over here giving him some work right now. Lance, what up, Lance? Oh yeah, he over here giving him some work right now. Let me see. It's like, oh yeah, he's swinging wild just to get in, and like you said, just wrestling, grappling. Like I'm saying in the chat, he humping all night. That's a nice little scrap right here that I saw tonight, man. I'm loving the fights I saw so far. I think that dude, what's the kid name?
Yo, you can't see the screen.
Oh, okay, I got you. Hold on. What up, family? What is it? I got your clip. Yeah, man, we got this other screen going in the back. Show more. But show more. I think some other people trying to call in, man. Let me see if I get another call in. You're more than welcome to call back. Matter of fact, you good right. Matter of fact, you good right there. I'll just open this other phone line. Just stay right there.
Oh, okay.
Good. Right, I got this right here. You gotta mute your mic though, man, with your door. You need some WD-40 for that door, homie.
That door needs to sound just the way it sounds at the door.
That shit sound like a horror movie.
A big ass door. That's the way it's supposed to sound.
All right, 470-705-9507. Let me open this other phone line up. All right, 470-705-9507. Got my guys Short and More. You're more than welcome to call in. Let me know what you thought of the fight. Yeah, because here you go. Yeah,
my man Chuck put on a master class tonight, though, didn't he? He put on a master class. Let me show this young whippersnapper what this boxing game is about.
Yeah, he did. Bro, he beat him easy, too. It's almost crazy that people thought he was going to lose. He beat him easy. Just like Covington beating Masvidal right now. He kind of beating him easy.
My homeboy asked me this morning, hey, man, who you got in the fight, man? I said, until I see somebody definitively beat Chocolatito, I got to roll with Chocolatito. Because he don't lose.
Masvidal is so tired, too, bro. Oh, yeah. Chocolatito got a gas tank neither. He ain't even seen gassed at all.
And did you notice what was happening? He was using his footwork, and all his shots were short and compact. He wasn't exerting no energy.
Yeah,
and when he opened up on dude, he hit it with like a 4-5 punch combination, and then it could set his feet again. It was beautiful.
Yeah, he looked like he was tired around after the third round. He looked like he was super tired.
Because remember the first 2 rounds, he was headhunting and showboating and throwing them wild shots. Remember that?
Nah.
Martinez
he was trying to do some shit like that, but he was hitting the forearms.
And Chocolatito was hitting him in the body.
Huh?
And Chocolatito was hitting him in the body, working the body. Slow this motherfucking ass down.
Yeah, Chocolatito definitely controlled the pace of this entire fight in a major way, bro. He did whatever he wanted to do in there, bro.
Yeah, that's that experience, that gas tank, and that skill. He got skill. Chocolatito got skill.
Reggie said Chocolatito broke in everything on Martinez. Broke his fist, his arms, his body, his head, and his gas tank.
Yeah. He took it all from him. He took it all from him, bro.
HLD, what up, my G? It's popping. Yeah, it was one-way ass whipping. But look, part of the problem with boxing, like I said, man, why do we have a scorecard like 116, 112? Come on, bro.
Because they was trying to steal it from me. They always try to steal it from me, but they couldn't. They tried, they just couldn't. It was too obvious.
But 116, 112?
It was, you gotta see, remember, that fight was in San Diego. Chocolatito is Nicaraguan. It was a whole lot of Mexico up in there tonight.
That's crazy, though, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy. These niggas, they trying to make it a draw almost.
But you think back in the days, we saw Mayweather beat the Hebrew shit out of Canelo, and one of them judges called it a draw, now didn't he?
Oh, yeah. Matter of fact, yeah. Somebody did have that Mayweather fight a draw. I think Major Key and I was talking about one time. I think he said, was it a Canelo fight? I mean, no, it was the Cotto fight. He had Cotto winning against Mayweather. Ain't that something? And I thought that was crazy. That was crazy. What up, bro?
Say that again, bro.
I think Major Key and I was talking. We got into this little argument. He was like, one day we want to rescore the Mayweather versus Cotto fight. You know what I was like?
Silence.
Come on, bro. Come on, bro. I ain't gotta watch that. I ain't gotta rescore that fight. Cotto know he lost that fight. Come on, bro.
Cotto got money out.
Bro, Mayweather was almost. Bro, it was a time close to the end of the fight. He hit Cotto with an uppercut and buckled a little bit. And Cotto hugged him. Mayweather did like this, looked at him like, "Nigga, you hurt." Let me get some more. Let me give you a couple more of those. Hey, look, now what you think of this performance with this guy right here? No, he lost his fight versus how Chris Colbert went out.
Oh, Chris Colbert?
Two different displays right there, right?
Yeah.
This dude didn't go out like Chris Colbert.
No, he did. He kept fighting. He kept trying to win.
Yeah, Yeah, I was shooting Chris Colbert some bail because I was like, man, this guy know he can't win, and he didn't want to get hurt. He's like, he ain't want to get hurt too bad. He ain't want to get caught with no crazy shot. You get what I'm saying? So he went in survival mode. He pulled a whole Adrian Broner. But yo,
man.
Yeah, I'm looking at it too. Kobe over there. Yeah, Kobe over there doing whatever he wants to this guy. Oh boy, he just can't wrestle with this guy. And this dude just got a gas tank, and he trying hard to choke out Masvidal. It's a minute and 35 to go in this fight. This shit been boring as hell. Shit kind of boring to me.
Many people that can wrestle with Kobe.
Kobe got a nice little cut over his eye.
I'm gonna take that away from Kobe. But
he just on his
Kobe,
back here, man.
Right, you know, I got issues with Kobe. I think you know why.
That Donald Trump shit.
That racist shit, yeah. Yeah, I like that.
What he be saying,
Oh,
son?
my man, Kamara Usman a monkey.
Oh, yeah, that's his style. That sound like him. That's
why he got his ass mollywopped twice.
Oh yeah, I loved it too.
First time he got his jaw broke.
I loved every bit of it.
Yeah, me too.
I loved every bit of it. But shoot, I like seeing people do that shit talking and get and go in there and get stopped or get hurt real bad, especially when they out there like bro, you trying to make a political stance? Damn, he got that shit locked in. So
what did you think of the fight? Did you watch the fight last night, Mark?
Oh man, you know I was on it in full amount.
Top Ray put on a nice card, didn't they?
Absolutely.
Except for the heavyweight fight. Now, brother.
Oh, bro, that heavyweight dude didn't even supposed to be in there with him. He shouldn't have been in there with him, yo. He should have been on Border Wars fighting on the boxing boys.
We try to be right as righteous brothers, right? But I got to say it just like this, Mark. Where did they get that nigga from?
What happened, though?
Where did they go get that nigga from? That nigga must have been at Walmart stacking boxes. Somebody said, hey, nigga, you want to make 10,000? Come on. We got you. Put this on and just go in there and do your best.
Fuck them both then, Reg. Reg said both of these guys tonight, Masvidal and old boy Trump supporters. Fuck them both.
Oh, really? Fuck them both?
They still in there talking shit, yo. The fight over, old boys like SMD. They got to hold Masvidal back. Let me take a screenshot of this, man. Let me see if I get a screenshot. They got to hold him back. Let me show you this. And they
supposedly got legitimate heat. They supposedly was teammates for a long time,
right? And
they got a serious beef. So,
and he said, he said Kobe started fronting on him once he won his title and all that shit. Boom. Nice little elbow.
So I don't know, man. They say they got legitimate beef. Maybe they do. Maybe they don't. Could all be for the camera. You know how this age go. It's all about the clicks and likes, bro.
Right, we're gonna fight anyway and make this money. Might as well talk some shit and sell the fight. Yeah, but this shit right here, this shit was kind of one way for me. Every time I looked at it, it looked like Kobe was, as Clips would say, humping around.
They say the UFC is way more exciting than boxing. Well, I don't see it, bro. Do you?
Out of today, yeah, boxing. That Lara and Sanchez fight. I know it was only 3 rounds, but that was exciting to watch, bro. Because Clips missed it, and I pulled it up just to rewind it and show him that clip.
Yeah, because Lara was owning him in the first round. Second round, Sanchez came back. Lara was about to go, and then he caught him. You know what I'm saying?
Let me go back some. Let me read a couple of these checks. Shout out to HLD. I missed a lot of these. He said, tonight we saw the real art of a slick fighter, of a hit and not get hit from the inside without running around playing tag. He knew this guy couldn't hurt him, though. That's the difference, too, though, HLD. Like you got to know, he ain't gonna fight everybody like that, and everybody ain't gonna fight him like that. Martin, let me say something.
That's the way he fights.
Yeah.
He fights everybody the same way.
Also, like Chocolatito does know how to move, but that ain't his style. He just gonna walk forward.
No,
he's gonna do like that. But the guys he fight, some of those guys move around. I think Martinez would have gave himself a better chance if he tried to move around a little bit instead of just trying to go toe to toe with this guy.
Right. I got you.
Yeah, and
I got you. I agree.
Yeah, he would have gave himself a better chance because he would have lasted long in the fight at least. But this guy right here had.
In my opinion, though, Mark, he was just outclassed. You know what I'm saying? He was just outclassed. There was really nothing he could do. He was in there with a superior fighter. Whatever he would have tried, Chocolatito fight would have had an answer for him.
He could have gave himself a better chance, is all I'm saying, bro. Instead of standing in front of that guy, because even when like he was
just standing there taking that ass looking at him.
Yeah, and plus like some of the shit he was doing was ineffective. Like and that's how he hurt his hands, hitting the guy on the hip, hitting him on the elbows and shit. Like you hurt your hand trying to hit somebody on the hip. You think you're slowing them down, but you can really damage your hand. But shout out to Gonzalez on his defense because he was dropping his elbows down to make the guy not hit him. But yo, Covington won this shit, yo. Covington won it. Y'all
of course he did. I told you.
No, I was just talking to the chat, man. You know, I still got to talk to the chat. Let me read a couple of these. He said that was a great crowd at the fight. Absolutely, yo. They went crazy for Canelo. What did y'all think of Canelo talking that shit, man? Canelo was talking that shit in his interview. Go ahead, man. You kind of talking over me a little bit, Chanel showing. I was talking to the chat a little bit. Hold up, let me read a couple of these. I'm gonna open the phone line up. Drop the link. I'm gonna pull that clip up of Canelo so y'all can hear what Canelo had to say. But he was talking some joint. He was talking that shit. And I want to know what y'all think. Reggie O said both fighters in tonight's UFC are done. Okay, we read that one. Shout out to Blue Dream, the queen. She said, man, hit them damn likes. Appreciate it, my sister. Thanks for the support. Clip said that made it it was a funny ass whipping because he was talking about when Kobe was talking all that trash. He said talking shit like Jorge can't get this work. All right, go ahead, show more.
No, I said talk your shit, Nello. Talk your shit, and the shit you saying is good shit. I like it.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna go to that part of the press conference here. And I think that's, let me see, there we go. Live Chocolatito. Shout out to HLD who put me on. He told me, he said, yo, when these fights be going, when they mess up, just click on the Spanish version. That should still be up. All right, so let me go back some. I'm gonna go back to Canelo's interview before the fight. Here we go. Rewind a little bit. I'll try to hit.
He's a great fighter. It's for me.
Did the whole shit in English. I told him
takes on Dimitri Bivol. Let's start here. You had many options to choose from as far as your next fight, who to work with. Why was working with Matchroom and going to Dimitri Bivol the right move for you? Because I like this guy here. That's right. That's right. And I chose Bivol because he's a great fighter.
So when they asked him, he said, why? He said, because I like this guy here. Let me share this. He's talking about Eddie Hearn. He's like, because I like this guy right here. So he put the camera. So let me get y'all the screenshot of Eddie Hearn. All right, so boom. Y'all listen, check this interview out.
For me, he's the best in 175, and he has something to offer me, right? And that's why I just want to make history in my career, and this I'm gonna continue doing with this guy.
You had a chance to size him up this week at the press conference. You've seen him fight. What kind of challenge does he present?
No, he's a really good fighter. I saw him many times,
he's really good. He knows what to do in the ring. He has a lot of experience in amateur. Right now, he's a champion for a long time. No, I know that what kind of fighter he is, but I don't care. I really don't care. I'm in my prime, and I had a lot of skills.
It's becoming undisputed at 175 now one of your goals.
Yeah, why not? Why not? I always try to do something different, and why not? Maybe.
You'll get a chance to do it hopefully over the next 18 months. But first, if you get by Bivol, we will finally get that third fight between you and Gennady Golovkin. It's been 4 years since you faced Golovkin. Why was now the right time?
I don't know why now, right? For
Here
me,
we go. This is smoke.
That was enough, right? But we got this deal, and for me, it's the best deal. So
He said, so I got this deal. For me, it's the best deal. Watch this part of it.
we got the opportunity. Freeze. I focus 100% in the ball, and then we can see, right?
Is it still personal though? Is it still personal though between you?
Like the crowd going crazy, yo, crowd going crazy for Canelo, yo. Canelo driving around in $3 million Bugatti, $3 million Bugattis, yo. You're like giving them hope. He's the Mayweather of their generation, yo. Listen to this. Listen what he say next.
You and Gennady Golovkin.
Yeah, it's still personal because he talk a lot of shit about me. So he's gonna pay.
There are a lot of people that want to get in the ring to you. You have basically your full year all locked up. What is your message to all the other fighters that want to face you?
I'm busy this year. I'm busy. I'm very busy. So I'm sorry.
How much do you want to see them?
Canelo stunned on. He said, I'm busy this year. Go play, I'm busy. Go play, I'm busy, yo. You gotta love it. You gotta love that bravado. Let's hear the rest of this.
Though fight each other to figure something out.
Oh, like I say, I know they want the payday, right? They want the payday, but
hey, look, he know we out here payday. We want payday. He know, yo, we been using that shit. That's why he keep running with it. That's his tagline.
Get that third fight between you and Gennady Golovkin. It's been 4 years since you faced Golovkin. Why was now the right time?
I don't know why now, right? For me, I think that was enough, right? But we got this deal, and for me, it's the best deal. So we got the opportunity. Freeze. I focus 100% in the ball, and then we can see, right?
Is it still personal though? Is it still personal though between you and Gennady Golovkin?
Yeah, it's still personal because he talk a lot of shit about me. So he's gonna pay.
There are a lot of people that want to get in the ring to you.
He say he been talking shit about me. He gonna pay. Uh-oh.
You have basically your full year all locked up. What is your message to all the other fighters that want to face you?
I'm busy this year. I'm busy. I'm very busy. So I'm sorry.
How much do you want to see them though fight each other to figure something out?
Oh, like I say, I know they want the payday, right? They want the payday, but I really don't understand why they don't fight each other. They need to fight each other, and then I fight the winner of all of them. I don't fucking care.
Woo! You're here representing Team Canelo, Julio Cesar Martinez fighting tonight.
Yes, go. That's what I'm talking about. Now that's big dog talk. That's big dog talk. I love the energy. I love the vibes. I like what Canelo's talking about and what he stands for. He's standing for like whoever want it. Y'all need to fight each other. But I'm out here I'm out here solidifying my level, my legacy. You guys got to fight each other. You got to get active. Shout out to Rob G in the building. What up, though? What up, Hap? My boy Happy. What up, though? Shout out Ray Joe. He said Canelo talks like he's looking through a dictionary for words. Hey, look, this is his second language, though. So we got to appreciate that. That's his second language. Drop you off in the middle of Mexico, you might get lost, you might get kidnapped, man. So we got to respect the fact that he's at least trying. Because it was a long time he wasn't even trying to speak English. But I appreciate the effort. You got to appreciate the effort. He's trying to appeal to the American market. So Super dope.
That's why he making bread at, right?
Yeah, man, gotta give him credit for that. I ain't gonna knock him because he's struggling a little bit with the language, but I get the joke, Reggie. I get the joke. Covington, he said Covington beat the braids off of Masvidal. Got him in there looking like franchise Cruz. Right, I don't care about that shit. That shit was lackluster. I thought we was gonna get something else. The dude, old boy got a good knockout though. What's the dude? Wood was it not Woodley? What was his name?
Exactly.
I forgot, man. But he was getting his ass whooped a little bit in that first round against Oliveira, and then and then in that first round, but then he turned it up that second round and it was over. Salute to that female prelim fight. It was better than the main event. That part, homie.
Mm-hmm.
That part.
Hey, Mark, did you watch the prelims?
Yeah, I watched some of them. I ain't watch all. I saw the ladies fight though.
Let me ask you a question, brother. I love my girl Baumgartner, don't you? I love Baumgartner.
Absolutely.
Why you got your belt up there on your shoulder when you commentate? I mean, come on, sister.
You gotta let motherfuckers know the champ is here.
Come on, sister. We know you the champ.
Everybody
we
don't
saw
know.
You stone the bro. We know. You could at least put your belt on the table, sis. Or leave it at home. You don't need it. I just thought that was a little bit much.
Nah, you gotta take it out with your photo ops and shit, man. You don't know how long you're gonna have it, shit. He said, somebody said the UFC ain't more exciting than boxing. The UFC got boxing when it comes to making top guys fight. Interesting. Phone lines open and the link is out there if you want to pull up. Do you agree with that or no?
Yes, I do. That's what I do. Look at the UFC card we just watched tonight. That's what we got.
And this was pay-per-view on it.
Yes, it was.
Come on, bro. They tripping with that. No pay-per-view on that. He said, is this that nigga Shermore eating fruit roll-up, smacking and shit? I told y'all, man, the audience be paying attention to y'all.
Who said that?
It don't matter who said it. It's true.
Yeah, dude. I can cuss their motherfucking ass out.
Nah, don't cuss them out for telling the truth. Over there, they said that somebody said you. Never mind. Never mind. I'll leave that alone, man. I forgot I met Shelton more in real life, man. He a cool dude, man. So I ain't gonna roast him too hard. Yeah. Yeah, man, this was a hell of a one, man. Hey, Deuce, what you think of that Snoop Dogg topic I got up? Did you see it? Let me know what you thought of that.
Snoop Dogg?
Yeah.
Can you say the industry? Can you say the brand?
Yeah, no. I don't want you to answer now, but did you see the topic?
Yeah, go on, topic, yeah.
All right, Clips, I gotta adjust your levels, bro. That shit loud as fuck.
I can't hear Clips.
Yeah, cause I got his mic muted right now.
Okay.
So we can adjust his sound. Unmute your mic, Clips.
What's happening?
Got you, cool. Talk to me.
What up, bro?
Yeah, man, it was a good one, bro. I ain't gonna lie, man. I just hate that I gotta switch back and forth between the boxing and I just hate that I gotta be switching back and forth like that.
Yeah, but they competitive. They competitive fight for they two different markets fight for the same audience, and so they go do stuff like that. Hey, Shelton, man, come on, man, what you doing, man? You eating some Red Hots while you on the air, man?
I knew that was your smart mouth ass. That's why I said we'll cut you out, man.
Nah, it won't even him. That's somebody else saying shit.
Look
it was Deuce at first. It was Deuce talking shit at first.
Deuce weird ass can't say nothing to me. You better cut it out.
Wait, I ain't
Clipper loving ass.
What you call him?
Clipper loving ass. Fuck out of here, Deuce.
Leave this alone, man.
Hey, Deuce. He said, hey, Duke, hold on, let me see that. Oh my God, DJ in here. What up, DJ? Shout out to DJ. DJ about to start
Big DJ.
Yeah, man. DJ about to start an MMA channel, man. From what I heard. I don't know if he got the name of it yet, though.
If he do start an MMA channel, he need to omit tonight's card. Don't ever say nothing about that.
Nah, he rocking with tonight's card. Hold on, let me see what he said. He said, Reggie conversation. I disagree. UFC and Bellator are way more exciting because you consistently have the best fighting the best. Do y'all agree with this?
You consistently have the best fighting the best. I agree with that.
There's less ducking in the MMA.
But it's not more exciting.
All right, let me go to this next one. I do say he can't wait for the Snoop Dogg topic. You ain't even leave no comment. You ain't even reply. I tweeted you the topic and everything. I did a preview video. We're gonna actually do the live later. But you ain't even reply to it. I can set it up. We can do it right after this. I'm about to end this one in a second. Let me see what he's talking about. He said DJ said the matchmaking was on point tonight. Shelton, he said 3 out of 5 on the main cards were KOs. What you guys think of that?
Still ain't more exciting than boxing.
One at a time.
I don't care what he said.
Say that again, Sean.
It's still not more exciting than boxing. I don't care what he says. He's still a homie though.
What you got, Clips?
I mean, there were finishes tonight. I thought the overall card was light, not just because Jorge got his ass whooped. I knew that was going to be a reality going into this, so I'm not too disappointed. I will say the guy you was thinking about was Jalen Turner, who had that turnaround against Oliveira. You know what I'm saying? That's the kid named Jalen Turner, I think. That was a good stoppage. That fight there was a good stoppage.
No. That was the fight before I came on. That was the last prelim.
Oh, that wasn't his name? Okay.
It wasn't Turner? I could be wrong, though. I thought it was Woody or thought it started with a W.
Nah, that dude Holland, that's the dude who lost. That's that tall dude who lost. Remember the tall dude, the whatever Holland dude?
The tall dude ended up winning. Remember he came over there, jumped on top of dude.
The tall dude with the braids. The tall dude with the braids.
He had no braids. He had like a little afro. The dude with the braids, I think, lost.
Nah, dude with the braids is the one who won against Oliveira.
The cowboy hat. Oliveira had the cowboy hat. He lost.
Yeah.
Cowboy Oliveira.
Yeah, he lost.
Yeah, so the black dude who beat him, he had the shaved sides with the little dreads all twisted up in the ponytail.
I didn't see no ponytail on him. I thought he had a little nappy fro, like little bunch fro. Regardless, though.
But yeah, regardless, I did see a couple good fights on the undercard, but other than that, I did think it was kind of light.
Somebody in chat said, y'all turned this shit into the beauty shop. Y'all was like, what the hair look like?
Y'all niggas stop.
Somebody said this nigga eating chewy lemon heads.
He over there eating chicken wings and shit, talking about what I didn't like about that fight was.
Now I was actually eating some fish and some shrimp, man.
Okay,
he said, my dinner down. But it's a good night of boxing. I didn't catch too much of UFC. I caught some of the prelims, but I didn't catch the main card because once the zone card came on, I turned it on, and I caught Baumgartner up there posing with her title. Come on, man. You know. But anyway, I digress.
Yo, okay. Well, maybe I need to turn on my Twitter notification, Deuce. My bad. Leave a comment on the YouTube. Shit. I got a survey in that chat too, so we'll work on that one, Deuce. But we can do that show. Shit, what time is it? Hell yeah, it's still early on the West Coast, huh, Shelton Moore?
Yeah, it's like 10 o'clock.
Yeah, we might bust that pack open right now.
It's 10 something over here.
All right, DJ said Kevin Holland won via second round KO. That's the guy. I don't know why I keep
Kevin Holland, he stay fighting. You know, he's a multi-millionaire and never won a title.
Wow.
Because he fights like 5-6 times a year.
Yeah, he did his thing in that fight right there.
Deuce said, happy for old Kev.
And Deuce said the Clippers about to win the chip this year. We getting playoff. P and Claude bet for the.
Stop it, Deuce. Stop doing that to yourself, bro.
Hold up, Deuce. I thought you was a Lakers fan.
No, Deuce is a Clippers fan.
Okay, I thought he was like.
You know, Deuce is the same dude that told me Zach Randolph was a better player than Moses Malone, right? That's the same guy.
These kids, man. What we gonna say? Hey, Boston Scholar said the UFC is Bellator is less than the UFC. The UFC is better than Bellator. I think I don't, but maybe he put this in wrong. You know, the number muncher eats the thing that's better, right? The way you wrote this, you wrote Bellator is less than the UFC. The number muncher always eats the greater thing.
But the sad thing is, them dudes in Bellator making way more money than the UFC guys.
He said Bellator is less than UFC.
Yeah, they say they're making way more money on that. And all the best fighters are not in the UFC. Some of them in Bellator.
Reggie O and DJ going at it. Reggie tells DJ, he said, man, you know MMA ain't better than boxing. Boxing creates legendary moments. MMA has great fights that go unspoken. That's because boxing been around longer. They got the bigger media platform. I mean, it's just an older.
I beg to differ.
It's an older sport.
I beg to differ, Mark.
Go for it.
Boxing really, if you want to be completely honest, boxing's only real media platform is YouTube. Ain't nobody talking about boxing on Fox Sports 1. Ain't nobody talking about boxing on ESPN. Ain't talking about that
point.
I was speaking more to the legendary moments that he's probably speaking of, like Thriller in Manila, shit like that. And I think they go back longer. The legendary moments that we talk about in boxing is because the sport goes back. It's been on TV longer. That's
but see, that's us, right? Walk down the streets of Atlanta and find you a 22-year-old and ask you who won the Thriller in Manila. He's gonna say, "What's that?"
Oh, I'm standing out of this argument right here. Which I'm just commentating.
He's not gonna know.
I'm just reading the chat, homie. All right, let me go back to
most of the young people that's coming up, this next generation, a lot of them don't even know. They may know who Muhammad Ali is. That's about it. You ask about Marvin Hagler or Thomas Hearns, they're gonna look at you like you crazy.
A lot of these kids don't really be watching boxing like that.
Exactly. But they know who Masvidal is. They know who Kamaru Usman is. They know who John Jones is.
Because for the kids, like that simulates more of what they're gonna be doing when they fighting in school the next day. You get what I'm saying?
You crazy.
When he try to school me, I'm gonna knee him in his face. I'm gonna put him in a guillotine, lock him up. I'm gonna lay him back. Yeah, that's more of a simulation of what they're gonna be doing in the street. If he get me down, I'm gonna try to put him in a triangle. Yeah, man.
How come ain't none of the young kids trying to be Jamel Charlo?
Cause they don't want their debit card. They don't want their debit card declining at the Waffle House, homie. Where my drops at?
Since they said superstars, right? Why ain't nobody trying to be Tank Davis?
Do we really? You want us to answer this one, man?
You talking to you?
Yeah,
that was interesting.
You know, when we were coming up, I know when I was a kid, I wanted to be Ali. I wanted to be Foreman. I wanted to be Frazier. Y'all coming up, y'all probably wanted to be Sugar Ray or James Toney or something like that.
I respected Tyson. I didn't want to beat Tyson.
No, but you probably wanted to be like Tony or Roy Jones or something like that. You like one of them.
No.
It's very rare nowadays you see a kid talking about boxing. We was always talking about boxing or football or something. It's very rare you even see a kid they talking about boxing. They don't even know hardly any of these boxers. They might know Wilder because he had a reality show.
So you just saying these kids these days just all fucked up, huh?
They don't follow boxing. They follow the UFC. Some of them follow football, some of them follow basketball. They don't follow boxing.
All right.
Only people talking about boxing are old niggas like us.
You know what's fucked up, Sheldon? They'll follow Jake Paul.
Yeah, they love him.
Yeah. DJ said boxing conversation with Reggie Owens. He said only reason boxing is considered more exciting is because they let the best fighters go years without fighting each other. That don't make sense though.
DJ gonna defend that mixed martial arts, man. He love that shit.
I love it too.
Nah, I can't stand it. Unless John Jones is fighting.
Zach Randolph is a top 5 low post player player ever. I still stand on that. Them 80s players wasn't all that.
Deuce. I told you, once you made that statement the first time, you can't talk basketball with me ever again, sir. No more basketball talk to you.
Go sit in the
He
corner.
was saying some dumb shit like that.
He said no more basketball talk for you. Like, what my daughter do when she get mad at me? I be like, baby Nash. She like,
Yeah. No more basketball talk.
I'm like, why you waving your finger at me? I'll bite your little finger, girl.
Hey, Cliff, did you hear the context of that conversation, brother?
Man, I've been trying to ignore y'all niggas. Nah, I didn't hear it though.
That nigga said that Zach Randolph was a better power forward of all time than Moses Malone. Yeah, that's what he said. He said that.
Yo, dude said boxing way better than MMA. MMA takes no skill. I disagree with that, homie.
Whoa. MMA takes way more skill.
Them street
You gotta
fighters
learn how to wrestle.
Yeah,
that's why all them dudes who go in there who think they got hands get their ass whooped because all white boy got to do is grab you and choke your ass out.
Yeah, I disagree with you on that. I think it's a lot. I think now, granted, we've had some quote unquote freestyle fighters in mixed martial arts, but they always have to go back to the drawing board and learn some other things. That only gets them so far. They still have to learn some things, and you'll see it in their game and their improvement as they climb the ranks. They start working on their BJJ. You start seeing them work on defending off the bat, how to stop. Yeah, they definitely learn how to check leg kicks, because being a freestyle fighter in the MMA, man, you're gonna take some losses, bro. You gotta tighten up on your skill. I digress on that, but I disagree with you, dude.
Well, I saw an interview today, Martinez, with the champ, Cognac, DC.
What about it? I missed it. What happened?
DC said that in his opinion, the best base for any mixed martial artist is wrestling, because everything comes from your wrestling.
Go ahead, Clips. You want to reply to that before I read the chat?
I mean, no, I agree. I mean, if what Deuce was saying was true, Carissa Shields wouldn't have a loss in MMA. She didn't know how to wrestle.
But they cheated. Remember that clip? It wasn't her fault that she lost. They cheated, and they wanted her to win. Remember?
No, they said that people was running with that.
Come on, man.
No,
and that's the official story.
Never hold it up.
No, they was her.
No, I didn't.
I just think she couldn't wrestle.
Yeah, she couldn't get the girl off.
It's obvious, ain't it? Ain't it, Clips? It's obvious. She got took down, and that broad kept her down.
That's what happened in the first fight. She just happened to finally pull the trigger and get the girl, and got on top of her, the ground and pound.
That's why when I remember when she first signed with the PFL, was talking to Kayla Harris and shit. I was like, no, stay far away from her. Don't even go near her.
All right,
She's gonna really, really hurt you bad.
All right, here's a question right here from the chat. What y'all think it is? Reggie said, match boxing match, or I'll just say compare boxing matches with MMA matches over the last 10 years, and boxing still has more memorable moments than MMA.
Facts.
So more, you say facts, but do you watch that? Do you watch MMA consistently?
Oh man, I saw the start to really kick off of MMA, which was Forrest Griffin versus Stephen Bonner. That's what really put it on the map. That fight. The Ultimate Fighter finale, season 1. That's what really blew them up.
I ain't asking you to name everyone you saying. I'm just saying, do you watch these on a regular though over the last 10 years?
Yeah, I watch them. I watch them as long as I can stomach it. I'm not paying for it unless certain people are fighting.
Right.
If Ngannou's fighting, I might pay for it. If John Jones is fighting, I might pay for it. The rest of the dudes, I ain't too fond of them, so I might watch it. I might pay for it if Kamaru Usman was fighting. But the rest of them cats, nah, I ain't tripping on it.
What about Israel?
Nah. I'd have to usually fight somebody that can actually beat him.
Okay. Clip, same question. Boxing or MMA, which one got the most memorable moments over the last 10 years?
Over the last 10 years, I'm going to give a slight edge to boxing because in the past 10 years, we watched Floyd Mayweather's ride off in the sunset, as well as the ascension of Canelo Alvarez. We've had our Tyson Fury, Wilder moments. We've had some great moments in boxing over the past 10 years. And I will say that although UFC has done a great job of keeping pace, it's last 10 years for UFC hasn't been, for me, as exciting, say how it was, say in the height of Anderson Silva's run and everything like that in the early 2000s when UFC was still fresh and new.
The ascension of John Jones and Ronda Rousey kind of put him over too. Don't forget that.
Well, what you think about John Jones popping hot though? I feel like nobody ever mentions that.
I always mention it. Cocaine Jones.
But he was dirty.
All of them dirty.
Yeah, I've always said
everybody ain't popping like John Jones popping. Slow down, bro.
All them dudes in the UFC is on something.
So
man, John Jones too.
Everybody ain't getting caught, more.
Everybody don't get caught. They don't all get caught paying college football players, but we know they all do it.
Oh man, so you gonna roll with that then?
Hey, shit.
Hold on. Let me let Clip say what he got to say. I'll come back to that.
All right.
Go ahead, Clip.
I mean, I've always been on the record of thinking that John Jones is a phenomenal, once in a multi-generational athlete. It's been a pleasure to see him, but unfortunately, his own demons are going to be the asterisks that must always be by his career. He's consistently popped hot on the same thing, a mixture of PEDs and cocaine, which is something that you just can't overlook because it's the same mixture every time he get pops. It's not like, well, you know.
Hold on, show more.
And so, and I also even said, I thought that posthumously the Chael Sonnen fight should have been given to Chael Sonnen, because remember, John Jones had broke that big toe and his toe was sideways by the end of round 2 or 3, and he kept fighting and he was even kicking and everything. And I was saying, damn, how could he do that? And at the end of the fight, it turned out that, he was off that John Jones cocktail, to where if I'm off of steroids and cocaine, I'll keep fighting with a broke toe too.
What, Sean Moore?
No, I'm just saying, when you think of the UFC, at least I'll say, for me, I can't speak for nobody. When I think of the UFC, there's 3 names I think of.
I ain't talking about just UFC, I'm saying MMA as a whole.
I'm talking about MMA as a whole. There's 3 names I think of. I think Anderson Silva. I think of Matt Hughes. And I think of John Jones. Those are the names that kept me interested.
You're missing a whole bunch of people, bro.
But those are the guys that kept me interested.
I know.
Relevant to me.
So boxing. So you only have.
And John Jones. I don't care what anybody says. The UFC from 2002, 3, whenever he won that first title, to maybe 3-4 years ago, John Jones carried their ass because he was their biggest draw.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying? They can say Conor McGregor and all that bullshit all they want. John Jones was the guy.
Oh, DJ said drop the link. The link was out there, but it's out there again, DJ. Let me read this one. He said, Bob's conversation, Boots versus Virgil would have happened already if they were in MMA. Ain't no let it marinate in MMA. It's kill or be killed. Checkmate on that. I agree with that. The Boston Scholar said.
Go ahead.
The Boston Scholar said they don't have to follow UFC because it's a UFC event every week. Constant marketing is why. Okay, drop the link, bro. DJ agrees with Reggie agrees with DJ on that. He said, Boston Scholar said anybody can say on the internet, look, I'll prove it. Dennis Rodman is better than Michael Jordan.
Get the fuck out.
He said,
I'm done with that.
Anybody can say any. Oh, he said anybody can say. Oh, no. Listen. So more, you got to pay attention. He's being sarcastic. He said anybody can say anything on the internet. Look, I'll prove it. Dennis Rodman is better than Michael Jordan. He's been facetious. Yeah, he's been facetious. He was about to go in.
Yeah.
UFC
was about to see like I'm taking these motherfuckers. Every time I get on this goddamn shit, these little young punks.
Right. I'm just trying to get y'all. Bear with me. Let me just get caught up on these last couple chats, and y'all can go back to Reggie said UFC and MMA is serious. Has serious dope issues. DJ, I agree with DJ on the other thing. Let me see. DJ said, "You wrong, Clips. Click the link, bro. You asked for the link. It's out there." He said cheese and steroids, cocaine. He said, I'm just saying, goddamn. Hey, look, cocaine is a masking agent. So that's very possible why when people get caught up on steroids, they try to play it off as cocaine or you usually find a little cocaine. It's a masking agent. All right, we caught up on the chats. Y'all go ahead.
Well, what I'm saying is I can give him one better. He said if Boots and Virgil were in MMA, they would have fought each other already. Ain't no let it marinate. I can give him one better. If he still was recognizing the NABF title and the USDA title, because you know back in the day, if you was a top prospect, you had to win one of those titles to even get a title shot. You remember that, Clips?
Yeah, man. I don't know why they stopped doing that. Like, I liked when they did that. Like, sometime in the mid '90s. Like, it's just like anybody, as long as you got your name hot, you can become a contender.
Right.
But I remember back in the days where, yeah, you could be in the top 5, but a legitimate way, like some fighters would be able to duck you, or the legitimate way to make yourself unduckable was you had to go grab these little certain belts, which made you a mandatory for like 2 or 3 other belts, regardless.
Right. So if they still did that, if it was in the 90s, Boots and Virgil would have been fought. They would have had to fought. Because both of them couldn't get the title shot. One of them was that. See what I'm saying? It's the way they run the sport now. You know, with all these trinket belts, the diamond belt and the we shall overcome belt and the Miss Diesel belt and all this old weird shit that they made up, the franchise belt, all that bullshit. There should be 4 belts in each division. That's it. And let these niggas fight for it. That's the way it should be, but it's not.
Yeah, man. But yeah, overall, you know, I mean, we got our fights in this weekend. I don't know if I'm as satisfied with this weekend's fights. This has probably been one of the lighter weeks. It's probably been one of the lighter weeks of 22 so far. What you think?
The Chocolatito fight tonight?
Yeah, we watched a little bit of it.
I love that fight. That was a masterclass.
I watched all of that shit.
That was a masterclass. That's what happens when you put a good guy in with an all-time great. You get an all-time classic ass whooping.
All right, go ahead, DJ.
What's going on? First of all, what's going on, Mark? What's going on, Cliff? OG Sheldon, what's up, man?
Y'all try not to talk over me. Let them get the bars off first. Go ahead, DJ.
All right, I'm gonna try to go back as far as I can with the topics or whatever. But as far as moments in MMA in the past 10 years, people forget that it was a really big deal when Ronda Rousey came into the UFC and became the first women's UFC champion. That was a big deal. It was also a big deal when she got knocked. Remember, the world stopped when she got knocked out by Holly Holm?
Yes, sir.
It was the biggest upset in the sports history. Holly Holm was something crazy, like a 15-1 underdog. And she knocked Ronda Rousey out, who had been snatching chicks' arms off, you know, in less than a minute in all her fights. And all of a sudden, here comes Holly Holm and knocks her out. It was also a big deal when Amanda Nunes knocked out Cyborg.
Yeah.
That was a big moment. People forget about the John Jones and Daniel Cormier rivalry. That was a big moment. I'm sorry, the Manny Pacquiao and Floyd fight was a dud for me, and we waited 5 years for that. You know what we didn't wait 5 years for? John Jones and Daniel Cormier. Within a year of Daniel Cormier moving down to that 205-pound division, we got that fight. I said it earlier in the chat. Boots and Virgil would have already fought in MMA. Ain't no let it marinate. Another thing with the PED use. Actually, with the implement of USADA since 2012-13, they've been catching more fighters, and more fighters' careers have looked different since USADA came in. Like that gym down in Brazil, Nova União, who's running through people before USADA. USADA came in, and all of a sudden their fighters start getting knocked out. USADA pulls up on people 4 o'clock in the morning to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You got to disclose your whereabouts at all times. And Clips, what I said you were wrong about, John Jones didn't pop dirty until after that first Daniel Cormier fight when he popped for cocaine. But he
was on cocaine.
Yeah, he was on cocaine. He was definitely on cocaine. He admitted that. Hell, he told Daniel Cormier at the next press conference, I beat you after a weekend of cocaine. You're not disrespectful. Chael Sonnen, the guy who he fought in that fight, who you were talking about, Chael Sonnen, was notorious for being on shit.
Y'all talking over him, man. Please.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. What was Sheldon saying?
I said, quote him, DJ. Don't sugarcoat it. Quote him.
I'm a sugarcoat it. But Chael Sonnen was notorious. How many times did Chael Sonnen pop? Hell, he popped out the fought Anderson Silva and admitted he was on the juice.
That's true. You miss. So what is it? What are you saying right here?
I'm just dispelling a lot of myths.
Well, cocaine is
MMA has definitely had bigger moments in the past 10 years than boxing. What has boxing really given us in the past 10 years besides Floyd and Manny finally mixing it up? You had the Creed, Wilder, and Fury fights. What else? Refresh my memory. Somebody, please refresh my memory.
The rise of y'all's favorite fighter, the Big Fish. Ain't that a big moment?
Who? Yeah.
I'll say he does.
I think Andy Ruiz beating AJ. I mean, see, look, here's the thing. But so DJ, your answer is this: it is more, right? It's more.
Absolutely, because you got the best fighting the best. You're gonna get better moments because you got the best fighting the best. Even in the past year,
got here and then they fighting for something.
Huh?
How do you know if they the best if they get thrown in there so quick? Like, you get what I'm saying? Because a lot of times these guys, if I'm not mistaken, these guys in the UFC, when they be taking these short notice fights, they got to take, like Dana got to offer them a certain amount of fights. The way it was damn, y'all niggas sniffing lines, coughing up chunks.
Oh man, I'm at work. It's dusty in here, man.
Oh man.
Hey, but hold on. I got one for you, DJ. I got one to take over your Ronda Rousey.
I didn't even get the chance. No. But what I'm just trying to say is this, DJ. If you watch one more than you watch the other, you're gonna find what you're looking for. It's almost impossible to give the exact same amount of time to both sports because there's so many athletes. You get what I'm saying? In both sports, so many weight divisions. And in boxing, you got a lot of titles, too many belts, not enough champs. That's what we always saying. So,
if that ain't the truth,
yeah. I'm gonna put that on the shirt next. That'll be my next shirt.
A lot of belts, not enough champs, huh?
Many belts, not enough champs.
I got you. But go ahead, Mark. My bad.
I just said all of that. You call me Marq, nigga? What you just said?
I said Mark, man. I said Mark.
I'm about to say, you said Marq. Shout out to my homegirl though. I got a homegirl named Marq. But bro, it's all about what you're looking for and what you if you're looking for something hard enough, you're gonna find it 9 times out of 10. Because those moments right there that you named, people will go back to boxing. Since we're in 2022, since 2012, they'll find them a lot of memorable moments. Even moments that might not be that big to you, they'll be like, shit, we got an undisputed at 168. Like, we got history making. We got Devin Haney being like one of the youngest champions. Like, we saw the rise of Devin Haney, George Kambosos, Tio Loma, Haney, like Terrence Crawford. All of these guys rose up during this time. Sean Porter became Sean Porter between 2012 and 22. Say what you want to about his career. I think he was a phenomenal athlete during those last 10 years. So, yeah, you saw Kovalev rise and fall. Andre Ward become a Hall of Famer over these last 10 years. We've seen some things.
And out of all those moments you just named in boxing, which one of those moments was bigger than Nate Diaz beat Conor McGregor?
None of them.
Some would say Floyd beating Conor McGregor. That's what the tickets will say. That's what the check gonna say.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was big, bro. That's what. It ain't no What you mean,
yeah,
bro?
Everybody kind of knew. Everybody kind of knew how that was gonna go.
I'm talking about. You said what was bigger, and I said according to the checkbook, according to the ticket sales, Mayweather versus McGregor was bigger. So, but look what that is. He had to team up with somebody from across the street, the MMA. So you could be right. It's no right or wrong. But I digress.
Yeah, that's the thing, man. Those moments you named, DJ, were big moments. And I saw something today on a side note, just giving you, to your point, you know, Clarissa Shields has a documentary out, right?
Okay.
It's on 30 for 30 on ESPN Plus. And you know who she says she looks up to? Who the person she looks up to right now in sports is?
Me!
Looks up to Holly Holm.
Oh, never mind. That makes sense.
Preacher's daughter.
That a trip, DJ? Ain't that a trip, DJ?
Because she went from boxing to MMA and became a champion.
Exactly.
And became a champion.
World champion boxer with the MMA became the world champion. And she looks up to Holly Holm.
But even the things she
I was
did,
shocked.
Holly
I was
never
really
did what
shocked.
Clarissa did in boxing, but neither.
Hey, dudes, times the Paul brothers had bigger moments than anything in MMA. But who did they fight? Who did they fight?
Say it again.
You're welcome.
Start over what you said, DJ, about the Paul brothers.
I was responding to Deuce Times' comment. He said the Paul brothers had bigger moments than anything in MMA. I was like, but who did they fight? Washed up MMA fighters, correct?
Hey, look, but DJ, you randomly start reading the chat. Nobody knew what you was talking about.
Oh, it was on the screen. It was on the screen. I thought y'all did.
Oh, hell no, I was just scrolling through. I wasn't even. I was trying to click this. He said, "Checkmate, DJ Mayweather versus McGregor."
But that was boxing and MMA. So is it really a checkmate?
Yeah, they was in a boxing match, bro. They didn't do MMA.
But it was an MMA star. He could have picked somebody from boxing, but he didn't.
But they was in a boxing match, DJ.
Man, y'all
It was an MMA fighter in a boxing match. That was the intrigue and all that.
Absolutely, I agree. But yeah, it was a boxing match. They was under Marcus of Queensberry rules.
Yeah, because we all know ain't no boxer gonna come over to MMA and get his ass kicked.
On God. It depends on who they fight though. Because look,
Marq.
Nigga, I seen Herschel Walker win a fight. Come on, man.
Marq.
Checkmate again. Herschel Walker got some wins. Come on, DJ.
Marq.
But
if Canelo brings his ass to MMA right now, he's getting folded up and getting the shit beat out of him.
Depending on who he fight. Like I said, Herschel Walker.
Nah, he can find the scrub or the scrubs and he'll get scrubbed.
Stop, bro. Herschel Walker didn't know nothing about fighting. He knew about just lifting weights and playing.
That's not true, brother.
Man, what if his personality was a boxer?
AKA before he took that fight, brother.
He did what?
A whole year.
Okay, so there you go.
A whole year
training
at AKA Academy.
Okay, stop, bro. You talking about training? Well. I'm talking about a professional fighter, a champion, several divisions. You talking about sparring? We talking about practice?
I'm telling you, you're not listening. You're just talking. You're not listening.
I just wanted to get my AI
I'm
reference
telling
off.
you that for a whole year at the best MMA academy in the United States, AKA, before he took that one fight. He trained 1 year for that one fight.
Okay, bro. I got you. So y'all saying Canelo can't do the same thing? A guy who's already a guy who's already a fighter, who already know about slipping punches and jabs, he can't go win a fight. If Herschel Walker can win a fight, Herschel Walker been training 1 year. Canelo been training and fighting his whole life.
Not if it's an MMA match where he has to wrestle, because Canelo can't wrestle.
Speaking with y'all melanin sometimes, bro.
He can't wrestle. He can barely move now.
Okay, Marq, what happened? I'm gonna kill all this. What happened when James Toney came over here?
He lost.
He got his ass whooped.
At what age was James Toney? And who did James Toney fight? I'm talking about
Randy Couture.
Randy Couture was just as old as he was. Randy Couture was just as old as he was.
Way more championship experience.
Gotcha.
Big dog status. Big dog status.
So
Let's
you think
go.
If Canelo Alvarez came to MMA, they're gonna put him in with Joe Schmo?
Put him in there with somebody Herschel Walker fought. Somebody at that status.
No, that won't make no money.
All right, Herschel
That
Walker
don't make no money.
Somebody paid Herschel
You gotta
Walker
put
that
him in
name.
with the top guy. That's the way that works, Martinez.
Thank you, Nick Castellano. You said what? No, it's gonna sell just because it's Canelo, bro.
No, not necessarily.
Hey DJ, you want to drink? Yeah, I'm telling you, bro. Look, Canelo sold what year?
I ain't arguing with Deuce. Deuce don't know what he's talking about.
What is Deuce? Is Deuce trolling when he says this?
No, Deuce really be believing this stuff, Mark.
More skill.
It takes more skill, way more skill, because you got to learn more than one discipline. Boxing is just one part of MMA.
Absolutely.
What the hell are they doing out there?
You all right?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Can y'all hear that?
We hear something.
I'm gonna go on mute till they finish doing whatever they're doing outside. Hold on.
Oh yeah, be careful, man. Be careful. It sounds like some banshees. Are you security?
No,
this nigga at the purge.
I'm not security, man.
Well, don't go outside then, nigga. That ain't your job.
Yeah, man. I saw this movie. The black guy died first.
Okay, yeah, MMA fighters. This is boxing scholars say MMA fighters go to boxing for paydays. You want payday? Boxers don't go over because they are paid, but Shields went over because she's underpaid. Underpromoted.
Shields went over because she ran out of ass to whoop. Period.
That's possible too. She ran vision.
Oh,
because she ain't getting paid exponentially more than what she was getting paid in boxing. No, she ran out of ass to whoop in boxing, and they had to go dig up Savannah Marshall and give her one of Clarissa's belt.
DJ, I learned today with the documentaries. She got a $2 million deal from the PFL, and she got a $3 million deal from Boxer and Matchroom. So she
see what I'm saying? It wasn't for the money. She ran out of ass to whoop.
You know, he just said she got a boxing. He said she got a boxing and an MMA deal.
She got a $2 million deal from the PFL, and she got a $3 million deal from Boxer and Sky Sports. So she's doing very well right now.
Hey, look, when people say Canelo won't fight Charlo, I'll say Charlo didn't fight Andre. Charlo didn't fight Triple G. Come on, bro.
And Triple G didn't fight nobody. So here we go.
Can I ask a question?
Triple G fought Canelo twice.
Did he win?
He at least fought Danny Jacobs. Charlo didn't fight Danny Jacobs. He didn't fight nobody, bro. Like, he fought Brandon Adams and Deverenchenko.
Let me ask a question, please, Mark.
Man, let me get caught up on these chat. Hold what you got real quick. Shout out to Brandon Washington in the building. Somebody said workplace shooting. Damn, I hope not. Rob G, he watching. They looking. Deuce Time said, I'm dead serious. MMA is shoot wrestling. Okay. Blue Drink the Queen, what up, sis? She said, whether you're just tuning in or whether you're just tuning in or passing through, hit the likes. I appreciate it. And Deuce, no. And Blue, thank you. I got the confirmation number 2. I'm gonna check the PO box and see if I got that card back. No, not the card back. The candles that you sent. She sent me some candles. She made candles, so we're gonna promote the candles. I'm gonna be enlightening candles before the show, like Kevin Samuels. I might even wear a blazer and a tie one of the episodes. Do some relationship talk. Nick Castellano, he said, hard to watch dudes wrestling for 5 rounds. I get it, but sometimes it ain't wrestling. Sometimes, like, you got to know the fighters too and know their styles. Like, you know, this guy's a wrestler, you know, this guy's a striker, like this guy's a submission dude. But sometimes, man, that should be over like that sometimes. With a flying knee, it's over.
Well, I guess he didn't live through the Klitschko era then. Oh
yeah, it's a lot of wrestling and holding and leaning.
Yeah.
All they did was jab and hold. So
I got two more. And Reggie's here. He want to reply. I just didn't know if it was Reggie yet because I don't see it. It's no logo, and I don't see his YouTube, so I got to cover the screen. Let me do this. I don't know if there's Reggie. You know, they be trying to get you sometimes up here. They'll pull up with your homie's name, and they pull out their tallywhacker. Thanks, Nick Cassiano agrees with Deuce about that humping and round. Deuce said, y'all know a pack of chicken wings for $19. Hold on. Damn, chicken wing, a pack of chicken wings, $19 in California? Hell no. Go ahead, Reggie.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How many wings coming?
What's up, Reggie? What's up, man?
What's up, DJ? You know the king of battle is boxing, and where the memorable nights happen is in the sport of boxing, man. Nobody has
once every 5 years. Once every 5 years. I got you.
People still sit around talk about Tank Leo. The Zepeda Baranicek's probably one of the greatest moments in any of the two sports in a long time. You had a great event between those two. Tyson Fury versus Wilder. They're going to be talked about for a very long time. These are memorable moments to where people are going to have memories and thoughts where they sit back and they speak about these moments. You don't do that in MMA. MMA's greatest highlights, you go back to talking about Anderson Silva, Fedor, the Pride days. In this current age, yeah, there's good fighters. Dana's doing his thing. But the memorable moments ain't happening to where you sit back and you talk about this and that. A lot of the upper talented fights, people still don't even go back and talk about fucking Nate Diaz beating Conor McGregor like that. The moment has passed, almost like a album that was hot, say it came out in 2022. By 2024, it's forgotten about and not mentioned unless somebody brings it up. That's how MMA comes about when it comes to boxing. People don't talk about Tank knocking out Leo for a long time. People still talk about Tank versus Barrios, and they ain't even one of the biggest names on this thing. Many people clamor after boxing having its events because people want these memorable moments in boxing. People don't care what happens in MMA. They just want to see the fights.
Anybody want to reply? Go for it.
Oh, I was waiting on him to finish.
Thanks.
Okay. So people ain't still talking about when Jorge Masvidal knocked out Ben Askren with that knee. People not still talking about that. One of the greatest highlight finishes ever. People not still talking about that. People not still talking about that Conor McGregor and Nate Diaz double fight. Nobody still talking about that.
No.
Man, ain't nobody still talking about Tank and Leo. Ain't nobody, man, Tank and Barrios came and went. That was a cool moment in history. Yeah, it happened. Ain't nobody still talking about that fight.
They ain't talking about the Barrios knockout, but that Tank Leo, that shit was like, that was a one-hitter quitter. Some highlights.
Same thing with Masvidal and Ben Askren. One-hitter quitter, fight over in 5 seconds.
Okay, they show that Conor versus Aldo, yeah, that Pettis off the fence kick versus who was that? Ben Henderson.
And that was 12 years ago. Think about that. That was 12 years ago.
I'm telling you, but I'm telling you, that's how far back I go. And I'm like, yo, that's super crazy. But that wasn't in the last 10 years. When was that Anderson Silva front kick? That was over 10 years.
That was like 2012, I want to say. 2011, 2012.
Yeah, when he kicked Machido in his face and
when he knocked out Vitor at that front kick. Still one of the greatest highlights in combat sports history.
Then Machida did it to somebody. Who did he do it to?
He did it to Randy Couture.
Over. Same shit.
That was like 2011.
That's them Pride guys.
Go for it.
Yeah, but MMA still don't have the more classic moments than boxing. Those are dope moments. You get some people that have to do real fresh ass shit. They got to be on your feet type shit to score classic moments in MMA. And Anderson Silva holds a lot of that shit. But when it comes to that comparative to boxing, you'll have more classical moments in boxing.
We agree to disagree.
Go for it, Sheldon Moore. And then we're going to let clips.
Well, I want to get back to the earlier thing you was talking about. You was talking about the Charlo thing. I just want to ask a question. Why would somebody who's at the top of the food chain, right? Fight a guy who has the title and has had it for 4 years, and in that 4 years has not fought any other champion in his own division.
Man, he's still talking about Charlo.
Would I want to move down and fight a guy who has nothing to offer me? I already had that title. I was lineal and I was the franchise in that division. I've already done that. So what does that guy offer me that I don't already have? And if that guy is so good, they say Charlo is the toughest guy for him to fight, right? Then if Charlo really believes he's that good, why don't Charlo move up to 75, knock out Bivol, and then you force him to fight you?
Well, they got made now.
Huh?
Got a fight made. He fighting Canelo now. How you gonna fight Bivol?
No, I'm just saying. If he really wanted the Canelo fight, and you knew Canelo was thinking about going to 75, and you're a better fighter than Bivol, as they say, fuck it, I'm gonna go up to 75. I'm gonna challenge Bivol. I'm gonna knock his ass out, and then I'm gonna fight him. Right? If you're that guy.
But why he has to do all that if Canelo's gonna go back down to fight Triple G?
He ain't going back down to 160. He going 68. Where he at now?
Yeah, where Charlo at as well.
I mean, Charlo is at 160, bro. He's not 68.
He's gonna move up to fight Canelo at 68.
Okay,
bro.
he gonna move up then to fight Canelo. He ain't got nothing to offer.
When
no
he gonna
title.
move up? He ain't moved up yet. Andre moved up. When is he gonna move up?
Benavidez right there. But I feel Canelo has a point, and I think other people have points as well. These titles don't mean shit to Canelo at this point. You take the
you don't move the goalpost. How you gonna say what it means to the man?
Obviously it does, because he's moving up to 75, chasing the title. He's not fighting Bivol just to fight him. He's chasing the title.
He's collecting that shit for the significance of what it means. But is he gonna go? He doing all this talk to move to Bivol, and then he moving away from taking any other title challenges. It ain't about the belt.
No, that's
Reggie, that's just part of the deal they got right now.
Why not?
But more importantly, that's the deal they got right now. That's what the Zone and Matchroom is paying for. That's what they want, and he's fulfilling the obligation. That's what y'all want, cool. But keep in mind, they got an obligation to Triple G too, because they lured him over there years ago, talking about we gonna get you that Canelo fight. Go for it. Somebody said something. Go ahead.
And they gave him $100 million to go over there. Don't forget that, Mark.
Like, that's part of the package. I'm just saying, man. Those two fights, yeah, I would like to see him fight Benavidez, but Benavidez did this to himself. Charlo did this to himself. Charlo is still at 160. If it was so easy to go up and down in weight like that, why Charlo ain't doing it? I mean, we seen Canelo go from 160. He fought the guys at 160. Then he moves up in weight, goes to 175, come down to 168. These dudes just still sitting there, and then you not even fighting the other champions or even the call-outs. He didn't fight. He let Canelo beat him to Danny Jacobs. He could have fought Danny Jacobs. Canelo beat him to death. And go for it.
No, I didn't want to cut you off.
Okay, go ahead.
My bad.
Go for it.
No, go ahead, DJ. My bad.
I was saying he could have let go of that foolishness and fought Demetrius Andrade, but Also, I'm not gonna put even though David Benavidez messed up by what he did and ended up losing his titles. Let's not forget, Canelo still had the opportunity to fight him, and he chose to fight Adam Yildirim instead. So let's not forget that part. I think a lot of people forget that part.
Or when he fought Yildirim.
Yeah, David Benavidez was ranked number 1 in that sanctioning body. He chose Adam Yildirim.
And you know what? Okay, I hated that too.
And Darrell was right there. And Darrell should have got that fight.
Darrell was there, and Darrell had beat Yildirim 2 years prior.
Let me do this.
And that was Yildirim's last fight before that.
Bro, thank you. I interviewed Darrell, and we talked about that same shit. And when we interviewed David Benavidez, we talked about name drop Brandon Washington, name dropping. So they'll go check the interview tab. But yo, man, check out the interviews. Yo, Darrell blamed it on racism in boxing, and not so many words. Because I asked him, did racism exist in boxing? Yeah, I asked those tough questions. My G. And it came out where he says, yeah. Because he said, how does that make sense when Jordan gets that fight? But hindsight is 2020. We didn't know Canelo, I think that was in January or February. And then right after that,
February.
It was February.
Because he had just beat, what's his name, in like November, December? Smith.
So
Smith, yeah.
And then he did a stay busy fight. And then he fought motherfucking Billy Joe Saunders, and by the end of the year, he fought Caleb Plant. So he fought 4 times in less than a year. I ain't that mad at the Yildirim fight now, hindsight 2020. But in real time, I was like, why the fuck is he fighting Yildirim? But then right after that, he fought Billy Joe Saunders. It was a stay busy fight to get that Thanksgiving and get that and that Christmas weight up off you. You know what I'm saying? Get 2 years to Tecates and that. I'm joking. But you get what I'm saying?
I hear you, Mark. But that kills that narrative that a lot of Sentiments fans put out there that, he's chasing after champions. What did David Benavidez have to offer?
He did, though, bro. He still did. That was a stay busy fight, stay active fight.
Man, bro, I'm not giving. You know who can't take stay busy fights? You know who can't take stay busy fights? Kamaru Usman. That's who can't take stay busy fights.
Argument though, bro. You talking about?
He trying to inject the MMA in there. Look at that, DJ Slick.
Yeah. Another reason why MMA killing boxing right now. You know who can't duck? Kamaru Usman.
Slow down.
You know who can't duck? Israel Adesanya.
Let him do this, y'all. Don't cut him off. Let him get his rant. Go ahead, DJ.
You know who can't duck? Francis Ngannou. Come on, you know who can't duck because he's about to fight. He's about to fight the guy he just beat for the belt, AJ McKee. These guys can't duck because you know what? They'll put AJ McKee in a tournament with the top 7 guys in that weight class, and he'll have to fight in every round of that tournament. That's who can't duck. Ain't no stay busy fights when you the champion. No, you fight the next killer in line. I'm not letting Canelo get off the hook for that. Just like I'm not letting Charlo get off the hook for not fighting Andre. Just like I'm not letting Triple G off the hook for not unifying with Andre last summer when the zone was pushing for that fight. Instead, he decided to wait for Murata, who's coming off of a 2-year layoff in an injury. I'm not letting these champions off the hook.
I got you, DJ. Let me speak, and then I'm gonna pass the mic to Sheldon and then Reggie because they was trying to say something. All right. But what I'm trying to say, I got you, Sheldon Moore, but let me get my bars off. Then I'm gonna pass it to you. Then I'm gonna pass it to Reggie. Pass it to Clips, then Reggie, because Clips still been waiting to speak. Let me say this, man. The problem here with that comparison, my brother, and this a false positive. You guys only have 1 title for the division, so this guy got to fight 3 or 4. We got to fight 4 different guys to unify and become undisputed in that division, bro. So while I'm waiting for the big day, which is because we got big days here in boxing, which is for the Mexican holidays. Those are big paydays for his culture and for the sport. Like, we all know that. You know that. We know we got multiple belts, bro. It's a bad example. So he got to do a stay busy fight because he know he's going to be fighting in May for unification. And then at the end of the year, that's going to be undisputed. This guy he win 1 belt, he undisputed. I get it. And I get you. That could be what makes the MMA thing better. You got 1 belt, 1 champion, 1 face, 1 name for 1 division. I get it, but I'm just saying, the dude got to fight 4 dudes in 1 year to become undisputed. Go ahead, Sheldon Moore.
Well, here's my answer to what DJ was saying. When you're in that position, because we know Floyd Mayweather was in that position at one time, right? You can pick and choose who you want to fight. That's what that position allows you. Case in point, after Floyd Mayweather beat Manny Pacquiao, right? He said he's gonna have 1 more fight. Now he had the belt, and the number 1 contender was who, DJ?
Man,
he dropped the belts after Manny. Remember the whole press conference when he was like, I'm gonna drop the belts, let these young lions fight for him? But I get what you're saying.
But the guy he was supposed to fight was who?
Keith Thurman.
Who did he choose to fight?
Berto.
He didn't have to fight
because he
Keith Thurman.
could.
Hold
I
on,
rest my case.
No. That's not because he didn't have to fight Keith Thurman because Floyd was the super champ, and the super champ don't have no mandatories in the WBA.
No. That's not what I'm saying.
And he also dropped the belts.
If you go friend, if you gonna be friend friendly, like we saying this guy Alvarez needs to be, he should have fought Keith Thurman because that was the better fighter.
Well, you making DJ's point for him,
Andre Berto, because he could.
He was making DJ's point, bro.
Canelo is now in that position, so he can choose to fight who he chooses. Ain't nobody making more money than him.
Fair enough.
Ain't nobody issuing out paydays but him. So he can choose to fight who he wants to fight. That is what that position that Canelo is in affords you. Am I right or wrong?
Let's pass it around. Go ahead, Clips.
Man, this shit's some dizzying ass logic, man. Y'all arguing like, first of all, the difference between MMA, let's just go UFC and boxing, like Mark keep pointing out, there's only one belt. So just by the design of it, the mechanics operate differently. So I don't even know why you're comparing it other than just giving your opinion on which one you prefer. Because regardless, these are both contact sports, but these are two completely separate industries that compete over the same market and audience. And so
I'm sorry.
All this is just conjecture and opinion right now.
It's okay. There's no right or wrong answer. I like to hear opinions. Go for it, Reggie.
Yeah, I just wanted to give in on the Canelo thing, and even with the Charlo thing, like Canelo has major points to what he's saying. And also when people view it that Canelo could have fought them are valid opinions, but Canelo calls the shots at this point. But what he's speaking about with Charlo and them, they have to start setting their own precedents within the sport. I mean, Canelo has the resume. Canelo has been in the ring. And Canelo has reached this point based on what he's done resume-wise. And if he chooses to fight some guys, that's who he chooses to fight. He can care less about the complaints from fans. It doesn't shorten up his paycheck. His paycheck is a solid-ass check. And many people are chasing him just for that. And so, but these dudes have fights on the line that people want to see in boxing. Fights that have paid them. And for some strange and odd-ass reason, they avoid one another. And that becomes a major issue in the game. And these fighters are the ones, it ain't boxing. Many people will run back and use other people as excuses. They can use Quiet Al Heyman as an excuse. They can use boxing politics as an excuse. They can use money to interfere with excuses. But there's fighters in here who fight people. Josh Taylor is a fighter who fights motherfuckers. Goddamn Usyk's a guy who fights motherfuckers. And these dudes at these low-ass divisions that we see fighting tonight, they all fight each other. But when you get these guys in kind of these spaces who pretend as if they're the most popular guys out there, they're too worried about losing O's and shit, you get this interference in making shit happen. And that becomes a big problem. And then especially when they get introduced to being pay-per-view, pay-per-view presented as fighters, then they really start getting funky about who they want to fight. They try to set deals to where fighters going to turn the shit down because they're giving such low percentage. You see, even with the shit with Dillian White, they'll pull the same shit with what Dillian White is getting, 20%, knowing damn well someone's going to turn it down. Then they end up with some opponent that they're going to go in for sure to probably beat as long as they put the work in the training camp. So the issue in boxing becomes with the boxers, because you got Usyk that's done it, Josh Taylor's has done it, all these small ass Spanish fighters that go out here and do it and they fight and they fucking compete. And even the dudes in 140 mix the shit up. So, but these other dudes in these divisions that have gotten hot, they got to do shit. Charlo, Andrade need to fucking scrap. Goddamn Benavidez, whoever needs to scrap. Benavidez want to fight everybody. I can't take nothing from him. But even at 175, they ain't fully doing everything. They are not fully doing everything. And I think with Canelo doing it, but he has the right to do it. But I would like to see him, if he's going to do 75, stay up there, get Beterbiev the shot. But he knows damn well the danger is with Beterbiev, and he's going to stay far away from that shit.
But peep this though. I get you, Reggie, but where's the pressure for it to be on both sides? Because when people talk about the Charlo and Andre, I always bring this up. Listen to this. Listen.
Fuck Andrade, pussy ass. You know what I did? I said, all right, we ain't fighting him. We black card him. We put him on the black card, nigga. You ain't getting a fight, nigga. Ain't no money for you, nigga, in this boxing world. You gonna go represent that bar you tried to open like 2 years ago, nigga. Fuck wrong with you, Rhode Island ass nigga? That shit weak. I fought up there. That shit weak as fuck. Nigga, ain't nobody up there. Jill ain't no real niggas in Rhode Island, nigga. Fuck wrong with you? Fuck out of here. I hate Andrade.
That's why we can't get the fight.
That's the problem.
Fights. But people are okay with it. I hear people all the time make excuses. It was like, well, Andre, he turned down the fight. They bring up Mel with why Maul wasn't fighting. It was like, well, he messed with the church money. He should have took the fight. Well, he was getting paid less than he was the champion, getting paid less. He wanted to make more money because he was the champ, rightfully so. Pulled out on the deal. I get it. He was like, yeah, I wanted I think it was an extra $250,000 because he was the champ going in. Allegedly. And from there you get all of this conjecture, as Cliff said earlier, and fans just blaming. They don't put no public pressure on Andre. On the Charlos. And I get it. They love the Charlo style, the energy. They Texas dudes. I get it. But come on, bro. Boxing Scholar, that's you. Show your face real quick. Make sure that's you. Put your cam back on.
And that's one of the problems with boxing. All that whooping don't lead to nothing.
Yeah. Boxing Scholar, say something real quick. Let me hear your voice. All right, he out of here.
Let me ask you a question.
Hold on. Boxing Scholar going once, going twice. I don't know if that was him. I got trouble. But go ahead, say that. But y'all see what I'm saying? I want y'all to react to that clip. That's what I did. I black carded him. I said, you know what? You ain't getting no money in this boxing. Go represent that bar you trying to open up in Rhode Island.
Yeah, I got one, man. First of all, he a damn fool. The term is blackballed. Okay.
I know what you mean. Y'all know what he mean, though, bro.
No, I know exactly what you mean, but that just goes to show you he don't even know what he just saying stupid shit. Because, listen, if he pissed you off that much, or if he bothered you or offended you, to where you just like, you know what, I don't want to whoop your ass in the ring. I want to just freeze you out. It's actually very tacky and tasteless for you to broadcast that your move. In the past, when people have been blackballed and shut out, what made it so insulting was that everyone acts like they don't have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, I don't want to lose sight of this, Clips, because people know exactly what he meant when he said that.
Yeah, it was a sucker move.
So I want to speak to more of that, not versus him using the term wrong, because the energy is still behind him.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. It's a weak ass energy. Like I don't know why you would broadcast. If that's what you're really on, why would you broadcast it? You know, that's kind of corny. That's like, yeah, well, we just gonna keep him and try to make it somehow seem like that's a power move, when no, by broadcasting it, you only highlight the fact that, yeah, you're ducking him. At least that's how I read it.
But what that guy, look, this shit that Tone put up, he said Andre, and I'll pass it back around. I'll keep this very brief. Andre pulled out the fight because Rock Nation told him.
Hey, Mark, I got a slide, man. Appreciate you for letting me come on, man.
Anytime. I won't have it no other way. I'll see you next time.
All right, Reggie. All right, Clips. All right, OG Shelby.
Peace.
Shout out to DJ, man. DJ, damn, man. I forgot to tell him to plug his new channel. He's starting his MMA channel. But look, he said Rock Nation told him to pull out. Okay, but that's a fight with Mel. That ain't got nothing to do with Maul. And Andre and Rock Nation advised him right. I would say, yo, you the champion. You should be making more. And he held out for a couple dollars more. They didn't pay. The PBC didn't pay the $250? Come on, man. He the champion. Pay him the little $250. If you guys gonna beat him, Okay, but damn, y'all never gonna fight him. Neither one of you guys. Y'all, so they gonna hold up 2 divisions. This guy's a champion, bro. It ain't like he's somebody asking for a title shot. This is a unification, and y'all, we can't be okay with it. As fans, that ain't our business. Our business should be seeing the biggest and best fights, right? Not saying, man, fuck it. They said they weren't gonna fight him because I ain't saying this is what Tone Brown is saying. I ain't saying he's okay with it, but fans are okay with it. And I've heard him here on the show. Go ahead, I'll pass the mic.
See, listening to that shit is why I be saying, man, sometimes when people throw the racial dynamics and the shit, sometimes it's an overplayed excuse that people use. Because nobody even speaks about Charlo doing this, and many black fighters do this shit to one another. But had Charlo been of a different race, the race thing would have been injected immediately into this shit. You see a lot of fighters do that, where black fighters won't give each other opportunities. But when it happens on the flip side, the dynamics of race come into play. And people can identify what is truly some racial shit and what's just some shit like, I got something out against this person, I ain't giving them an opportunity. And that's more of what you're seeing in this current era. A lot of these dudes ain't affected by the shit that people of the past have wanted to. And that's kind of always a crutch that people like to sit on. But when it's some deliberate shit like this, me and the black fans who like to cry racism all the time turned a deaf ear to this type of shit. And it's foul that many black fighters do this shit to one another. And even the aggressive tones and natures that they come out at each other. I've never seen so many fighters that would threaten each other through gun violence when they're fighters, this gangster shit, this disrespect. Only the black fighters do this shit to one another. But then they're respectable for other people who are Canelo looking, Lomachenko looking. It's a sickness with these motherfuckers. But that's my thoughts on it.
Well, I want to ask you a question, Mark. You just said, I heard you just say they love the Charlos, right?
Huh?
I just heard you say a minute ago that they love the Charlos, right?
I would assume so.
Okay, well, if they love them so much, how come they pay-per-view only did 77,000? If they love them so much.
Maybe they ain't love them then.
Fuck them.
A joint pay-per-view, 2 twins, did 77,000 views. So if you love them so much, how come you only did 77,000?
Because it look good on YouTube to say I got love and respect for all my black brothers. But it's very affordable to put crack streams and pull up a crack stream and still to fight.
Yeah, they be like, I love them, man. Hey, what's the link?
Right. For every fight. You get what I'm saying? I get it. Some people be struggling, and I be struggling too. But shit, bro, like these dudes don't never buy no fights. But talk all that pro-black shit. What's up, Boxing Scholar? Talk to me.
Well, I'm gonna say this.
Oh, go
I'm
ahead.
gonna say this to that point. If $80 is gonna break you, you're really in trouble.
Hell yeah, shit. $80 might break somebody, yo. I ain't gonna lie. $80 can pay a phone bill. Some people that might can pay the gas or water. Trash bill, you can pay a couple bills with $80, man. Depends on, you can pay the trash bill and probably the gas bill. Who knows? I don't know.
Well, obviously, the people I'm talking about, obviously, you paid that $80 for your trash and whatever in your internet because you stay on the internet all day talking about the goddamn Charlo.
Checkmate. Go ahead, Box. Go ahead. Let me let the Boxing Scholar say something. He just got here. What's up, champ?
What's up, man?
Hey, what sport has the most memorable moments over the last 10 years? Boxing and MMA?
Man, that's not even close. It's boxing by far. The sport is over 200 years old. Millennials are older than the sport of UFC.
10 years, not over the last 200 years. We said last 10 years.
But that's what last 10 years. Oh, okay.
10 years. Last 10 years.
I still say boxing because outside of the UFC, what other MMA moments can you say? What other moments happen in any other championship one or Bellator or all the other brands? It's marketing. UFC market nonstop down our neck of constant events. They have an event like every week. So it's just nonstop marketing. One of the guys on there said that that they had to go.
I'll see you later, Clips. Peace out, homie. Be safe.
He said that people ain't checking for boxing. That's because they ain't got a choice to, because UFC is being crammed down their throat, man. Dana White is good at that marketing stuff. he patterns it off of WWE. So he's really, really good at constantly shoving it down. Even small stuff is like the video games, marketing it to the kids. They used to have box video games when we was little. So even if the kids didn't recognize the name, they still would know them through the video game. You get what I'm trying to say? Like Dana White is a master at marketing. So outside of the UFC, what MMA moments can you say? I only know UFC fighters. I know of certain ones that went to other companies, but I didn't know them before. Bellator has never built nobody up from the ground up. They've only took UFC's hype jobs or former employers and then adopted them to their roster.
You ain't gonna get no arguments over here. I think the MMA guy gone. The guy who was
Oh
arguing.
man, I try to get on when he was here. I was gonna say, so he was saying the big fights don't happen in boxing. So this is what he has to compare.
Yeah, the best versus best takes 5 years in boxing, shit like that.
Let me take DJ Park. Man, you are right, man. You checkmated me, man. MMA is worse than boxing. All right, that's what DJ would have said.
so with the best fighting the best, or take 5 years, all that stuff, right? So like I said, it's about marketing. Dana White market his fighters more than any other sport, Bellator, Championship One. They don't do cross promotion, so you can't say the best don't fight the best. Because I'll take you back in history. Chuck Liddell, when I was in high school, Chuck Liddell was marketed as the baddest man. Him and Tito Ortiz was fighting back to back, and he beat Tito Ortiz. He was considered the best MMA fighter on the planet. He took his ass to Japan to Pride Fighting and got his ass towed up by Rampage Jackson. Excuse me. That's cross promotion. They don't do that in UFC. So you can't say the best fight the best. They only fight people in their banner. It would be like saying PBC fighters, the welterweight division, they fight the best because most of the welterweights are signed to be PBC. But that's just not true. You have other welterweights and other promotional companies who are considered the best in the world.
Man, I gotta play DJ Part again. Man, you right, man. That boxing show is greater than MMA, man. I'm just now coming to my senses.
Y'all tripping, man. Let me say this. Taylor Bell said, if I were Canelo, I wouldn't fight these prima donnas either. He said, I wouldn't give the Charlo a check. The privilege to fight me if I were Canelo. Give the check or a privilege to fight me if I was Canelo. He said, Charlos are annoying. I can't wait to see them get humbled. And I told him, shit, arguably, Mel has already been humbled twice, the loss and the draw. When he lost to Harrison, he cried at the press conference. Y'all remember that post-fight? He was like, I don't even like to play video games because I don't like losing. I was like, nigga, you crying? And his brother was sitting there like this. His brother was like this, rubbing his back and shit. Like, damn. He was like, bro, you won, bro. He was like, bro, he was looking at him like, nigga, stop crying, nigga. He was like, you won, bro. Fuck that shit, man. He was like, man, y'all know how it is when it's a Charlo show. Like, you know, the judges be hating. He said, but next time we're gonna make sure we get us some better judges. I was like, whoa. Did you say next time we're gonna make sure we get the right judges? Some shit he said. I was like, yo, it's your event, nigga. You was co-promoter. How you get the wrong judges? You didn't know the judges? Okay, but you said next time we're gonna get the right judges. That shit was weird to me. And the next fight, he got the right judges. But also, like, what y'all?
The next fight, he didn't let it go to the coach. He didn't let it go to the coach. Knocked the nigga out.
Yeah, he got but he had the right judges. They had him up anyway. But low key, man, I thought Harrison was doing a good job until the stoppage.
Until he wasn't.
Yeah, until he wasn't. And until Marq got that green Gatorade bottle.
Oh, here we go with that shit.
Why he ain't had no water in his bottle? Why a bottle won't, clear bottle water? Just saying, Harrison.
My biggest issue with the whole thing was the shit only did 77,000. That's my biggest issue.
Numbers,
but you're supposed to be a star.
Yeah, but
nobody checking for the Charlos like that, bro. Let's keep it clean. Ain't nobody checking for the Charlos like that.
Yeah, man.
Well, what happened was Texas had that power outage that super freeze system came through and knocked everybody's cable out. It knocked they order button out.
But let me ask you something, Show. And I know you don't like conspiracy theories. Reggie don't neither. But y'all know I love a good conspiracy theory. Until it's over, right? Until it's over. Now, that shit could have just been Pedialyte. It could have been Gatorade. Nothing is going to make him fail a drug test, but it does give you a little boost. It could have been straight up Gatorade in the Gatorade bottle. It could have been Mountain Dew. That shit is replacing electrolytes and things of that nature. Who doesn't know you don't supposed to come to the ring with nothing but a water bottle?
You said it, Marq, it's their event.
Huh?
Remember that? You said it was their event, right?
No. But when I brought up the Gatorade bottle, you was like, nigga, you on that bullshit. I'm like, nah, I'm saying this some real shit. Why did you not? You know the rules. It's your event. Y'all gave us the rule sheet. We drunk the water that y'all gave us. Like, only this water. You only can come to the ring with water.
Because it brings you back to the Panama Lewis situation.
The one I mixed. Yeah, Reggie. But I'm just saying, but why did they do that? Because, yeah, he passed the drug test, but shit, like old boy said, shit, it could have just been Pedialyte. Could have been Gatorade, Mountain Dew. Shit is replenishing sugars and salts and things that you're losing naturally throughout a fight, a 12-round fight. And he did get a boost of energy.
You know why they did it, Marq?
I'm just saying, bro. I'm a conspiracy theorist. Tell me, what do you think was in there? And why did you bring a Gatorade bottle instead of clear bottles of water like the other side?
Because they could.
Checkmate. All right. But still, though, when I brought it up, though, bro, you was like, here we go with that shit. I get it because it happened and it's over. But my brother, that's some wild shit.
I mean, look.
To be happening in this era in boxing, and for it to be missed, like I missed it in real time, just watching the fight.
It's a human element in everything, right? The bottom line is the fight went through. Nobody caught it. He knocked the dude out. The commission, the other fighters' team, the people who matter didn't say shit about it.
Right.
So it's irrelevant.
Oh yeah, they didn't catch it till later neither. They didn't catch it neither till he went back and watched the fight.
Yeah, so it's irrelevant. That's my point.
Nah, man, we talk about shit that happened in fights, old fights all the time. Come on, man, we still talk about JFK.
But all the shit we talked about that
the moon landing.
They caught it.
Yes,
that's why we're talking about it, because they caught it. It ain't cheating unless you catch it.
Fair enough.
Marq?
If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying, I guess, huh?
Man, it ain't cheating unless you catch it.
Go ahead. Anybody else want to respond to that? Because I just still think that's wild, and it's like people act like it never happened and move forward sometimes, and they was calling Harrison a sore loser, but we seen the Charlos be sore losers, not just the crying. I mean, remember when he Maul knocked out J-Rock. J-Rock still with the Bambi legs, tried to go give him a hug. He was like, nigga, get your bitch ass on. Oh, boyfriend, before I slap shit out. God damn. I'm like, you already knocked him out. This nigga wobbling and everything. Hey, look, J-Rock was like this, walking over like this, looking like my daughter when she first learned how to walk on me. This nigga, J-Rock walked over after getting out of there. He was like this. Trying to give him a hug. I said, nigga, get your bitch ass over before I finish what I started. The crowd started booing him, and then he went over there and tried to get him. And look, then Ronnie Shields was like, nah, man, go over there, give him a hug, man. Fight's over, man. Come on. You can see Sam Watson. Everybody's like, man, come on, man. You're a good nigga, man. Come on. Go over there and hug it out. And then he going over there, and then J-Rod was like, nah, fuck that nigga. I got my wits back now. I got my legs back now, nigga. We can keep fighting. That shit was bad for the sport, yo. I hate that shit, yo.
No, that's because them niggas crazy. But you know what's crazy? But look, this how you really know they crazy, because you know what straightens out a crazy nigga is when you slap them. And you watch Jared Hurd slap one of them and he ain't do shit. That's how you know when a nigga crazy. You snap him out of that shit.
Yo, Jerry Hurd slapped the shit out of Jermell Charlo. Yo, let me see if I can find that clip. Boston Scholar, you ever seen that?
Yeah, man, I was disappointed that he allowed another grown man as a boxer to slap him, and there was no repercussion.
In front of his twin brother.
That's how you fix a crazy nigga. You slap
But you know
him.
why his brother? Hold on, I'm gonna tell you something too, though, Reggie. You know why his brother couldn't react quick enough? Did you remember the clip? What was Maul doing?
He was drinking.
Fucking drinking. He had to put the cup down, like you gonna come back to this cup.
Man, throw the cup. I would have dashed it in his eyes and took off on him.
Nigga, we going straight basketball wise with this shit, nigga. I'm throwing the Love and Hip Hop style, nigga. Throw the cup in his face. And then you going in.
You know when I knew the nigga was cold?
That nigga was like, oh,
I'm telling you.
That nigga was like, one more sip.
Nigga,
nigga,
finger and palms is kryptonite to crazy niggas.
I'm gonna tell you. I knew them niggas was hoes, but Danny Jacobs walked up on both of them niggas and they didn't do nothing.
Maul was against it.
True.
Maul was against that wall.
They didn't do
Maul was
shit.
against that wall.
Didn't do shit. They sat there like cowards and just listened to what Danny had to say.
He was like, I'm touching them M's, nigga. He was like, I'm gonna get there. And then he thought about it. He was like, you don't know what I got. Wait a minute. He was like, I know what you getting, nigga. He's like, all right. We'll see.
That right there showed me, oh, these niggas is soft. These niggas are soft. The man walked up on me and asked me what you said about what was that shit you were saying? You want to repeat that? Oh, I thought so. Who the niggas was hoes in?
Hey, do you remember whenever they had all that smoke for Adrian Broner and Davis, but then when Wilder said he was going to approach them, they talked about shooting them?
Yeah. I thought Wilder was a hoe for that too.
That's the crazy shit.
People shooting nigga and y'all niggas is hoes, man. You niggas ain't gonna put mayonnaise on a ham sandwich.
I don't know, niggas be getting people murdered.
That's the crazy shit. Black people will do that shit to each other, man. As much niggas talk about the Klan and shit who don't really touch shit, niggas sure love to kill each other.
Exactly. But you know, you heard this saying, Reg. I know you from where I'm from, so you didn't heard this saying before. The empty wagon makes the most noise. You ever heard that?
Yep.
Nigga always talking about what he gonna do, ain't gonna put mayonnaise on a ham sandwich.
But nah, niggas will kill each other. They see some black shit, they got black rage. They won't do that shit to no white motherfucker. That's why they so tame. And Canelo can do whatever he wants to him. Canelo can do whatever he wants. Lomachenko can do whatever. Kambosos can do whatever. Niggas got some ill shit with them. I done seen it throughout my life. It's crazy.
You wrong for that, Reg, but they ain't gonna do that to no white folks. They're killing niggas quick.
It's only the truth, right?
It's only the truth, brother.
The crazy part about that is Marq Nash let it be known where he's staying. He say, I ain't doing no fighting. But these is boxers, man. They handle stuff in the ring, and then when somebody have an issue with them, they talk about, well, I ain't gonna do no fighting. I'm gonna do some shooting. Come on, man. That show he got baby nuts, man.
Yo, look how swift Jerry Hurd is. He slapped the nigga simultaneously, comes back with the hand, pushes the other brother out his face to get some space. And like, nigga, what y'all trying to do? Y'all see this shit? Watch this. As soon as it started, reach around with the left hand slap,
niggas just soft,
bow
man.
and push.
Bitches. The niggas is soft, man.
They got to put that cup down. See, Kamal trying to be cool. Or maybe he wasn't trying to be cool, whatever it is. But that nigga, he had just said some tough guy shit like, what is shit, nigga? What did he say? I kill you and your bitch. Some crazy shit. Let me see if I knock out the audio right here. Okay, that ain't the right one. I can find another version of it because you can hear the audio before it started. Hell yeah, man. Oh, y'all ain't even looking at the screen.
Soft, man. They cowards, man.
Y'all ain't even got it on the screen. I ain't even have it on the screen. Y'all weren't even watching it?
No, I see it.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. Yeah, man, that shit was crazy, yo. Had to put that drink down. He had to put the drink down first before he can react.
You had to tell him a joke. What did the 5 fingers say to the face?
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. To Reggie's point. Hey, Reg, He ain't gonna do nothing to Jared Hurd, right? But he'll beat up his uncle.
His uncle didn't slap him. Tell you that palm is kryptonite.
So it was his uncle?
He'll whoop on his uncle, but he won't fight Jared Hurd. Okay, I got it.
Hold on, I don't know if it was. Do we got that confirmed? It was an uncle with the attack with Jamal.
It was a male family member.
Okay, because look, I did a story about that, and when we was talking about it, I was like, he probably was over there driving one of the out there, supposed to be just washing the Lambo. He going there, that nigga sitting there. Don't move the Lambo to another spot. Like, nigga, I told your uncle to drive the Camry. Don't be touching my damn Lamborghini. That nigga done went to the store. He come back, uncle smoking a Black and Mild in his car and shit. Yeah, he slapped the shit out of Uncle's like, I'm pressing charges. Allegedly. These are all stories of Martinez. Put a case on. Put a case on. Put a case on. Yeah,
we'll find out in a few months though. He's finna go to court kind of shit. We'll find out.
Hey, look. People leave that out of the part why Canelo might not have took the deal. They forget, they act like that shit just didn't happen. Like he ain't got no case, like he ain't facing no cases right now. Come on, Reg. Speak on that, Boston Scholar. Reg, what y'all think of that?
I think it could have played a part. And I also say, like I say, man, Canelo don't want to deal with the fans that come around with that shit. He don't want these type of motherfuckers at the event, just like the shit you just played. You don't want these niggas at a press conference. You don't know if you seconds away from having a Riddick Bowe moment and shit. These niggas trying to take over event, trying to intimidate fucking civilians and shit. Canelo don't want that shit. The fighters on fight day. Keep the ignorant shit up out the way. They coming in there.
Canelo did slap the shit out of he gave old boy two pieces of his own.
Oh, with Caleb Plant.
Boy took off on him first.
But they kept it still professional. They still kept it professional.
He walked back. No, he got in Canelo's face. Canelo pushed him. Right?
Yeah, he swung.
And then he walked back up to Canelo like he wanted to do something. And Canelo just caught him on the way in with a left, right. He caught him with a quick three-piece.
It was like the same sequence that went down in the fight.
But what about the discipline?
Back up swinging. That's what he did do.
Yeah,
but they diffused that shit quick though. That shit got diffused real quick. It didn't escalate. A Charlo situation.
Bro, it did escalate. It's just the discipline of Canelo to not close his fist when he did it. That was discipline. Because he could have closed his hand and did that shit with no gloves, no padding, and that shit could have been all she wrote. Right here. We glad that thank God he had the wherewithal place what they say what's it called?
For emotional intelligence.
Not even wherewithal, presence of mind. Discipline, presence of mind. You know me, I always like to use the rule of thirds. I like to try to give the kids some adjectives out there.
But you gotta remember that Caleb Plant came back with open hand slaps too. He didn't have his shit balled up.
I don't remember him doing nothing other than leaking. I just know he was leaking on the cheek.
No, he came back swinging,
he didn't do shit. That's why he had that suit on.
He came back swinging. That's what started the whole shit.
He shouldn't have had that suit on. He could have had some range of motion. Canelo came up there.
Did the right thing.
Canelo came up there like he was about to go play some rounds of golf.
Because that's the shit that sold the fight. The fight was dead. That press conference sold the fucking fight.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more because I started looking at the Caleb Plant documentary and shit they got on YouTube. I started learning stuff about his mom. You know what I'm saying? Like shit that I didn't. Yeah, his backstory. And I made $100 on that fight.
On God. Something to actually bet you?
No, somebody on the panel was talking and they bet somebody in the chat. And the person in the chat was like, yo, if I win, just get the money to Marq for the show.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, I about to pay per view.
I remember that. I was there. I know who it was.
Yeah, so he lost and he had to pay me. And I was trying to find the clip. And the nigga was just like, yo, if you're a real nigga, you ain't got to do all of that. You know, he got a $100 bet. He's telling my name. I said his name and he paid the bet. And we used that $100 to buy the next fight. I think it was Porter and Crawford. And Asian Man bet me 100 on that. And I won that 100 right back.
King Asian Man.
Shout out to my guy King Asian Math, man. Cool dude. Hey, look, I was trying to up the bet with King Asian Math on fight day or the day of the weigh-in. I was like, man, shit, man, you would have been a couple more. Cause I just knew he was gonna win, nigga. I was trying to push that bet to about 500. I was like, you want to push this up a couple? Huh?
I saw that wing and I was like, oh yeah, my money's set.
Right, and we was just betting straight up. We weren't betting on a certain round of the knockout. It was just a straight up bet on me. And I was like, Crawford gonna beat this dude. I did a whole video breakdown on it. You know, I couldn't back down from the bet. Damn, we lost Boxing Scholar. Man, told him you got to get in where you fit in sometime, man. We can just talking sometime. Especially around this time.
The thing is, man, I told you, he talked about it. I told you, I told Reggie, there is no version of Sean Porter that can beat this guy. It's not going to happen. It's not going to beat this dude. Sean, you know, every time Sean steps up, he gets beat. Every big fight he's ever been in, he's lost.
Yo, I'm looking at the survey, yo.
Every one of them.
Every one of them. He won a title.
Every one of them.
He won a title. He beat Adrian Broner. That was the big fight. He beat Danny Garcia. That was a big fight.
Yeah, Shelton tripping.
Okay.
Yeah, he.
Okay, well, answer me this. You can pull up Sean's whole resume.
Oh, I'll do it, homie. You know, I fuck with Sean Porter.
I know. I'm not saying you don't.
Sean Porter got the best resume at 147, bro.
Which one of them dudes on his resume you will put money on against Crawford?
That's a whole other argument, though.
Yeah, Shelton. You can't take nothing away from Sean Porter. He got the best resume in
I'm
the
not
division.
taking nothing away from Sean Porter. I said Sean Porter wasn't good enough to beat that guy. That's what I said.
That's a whole other argument, though, bro.
How's it a whole other argument? That's what we were talking about.
No, we weren't talking about.
You got on the court saying
No, Shelton.
That could beat that guy.
Okay, no, that wasn't an argument. The first thing you were saying was, it was like Sean Porter was like every time he stepped up to the plate, he lost.
He has.
That was no. I just named you a couple times, and
that's
you moved
false,
over.
bro.
Hold up. And then your reply was, pull up Sean Porter's resume. Tell me which one of them guys can beat Terrence Crawford. Come on, Reggie. Now, checkmate right now. Reggie, can we get one? Hold on, don't nobody say that. I need this soundbite.
Checkmate, and he got to win over you. You can't take nothing from Sean. He got to win over goddamn you guys. He went. Earl Spence ain't dominate him. That shit was super close. Even in his defeats,
it don't matter if you think you won, Shelton. He got the W,
Shelton,
bro.
his defeats ain't bad defeats. They close defeats. Even
look, that's the whole thing about this having your own opinion shit.
No.
You can talk to you blue in the face, and I can talk to I'm blue in the face. You're not gonna change my mind.
No. But you can't change you can't move the goalpost, Shelton. You can't start off.
I'm not moving the goalpost.
Let me repeat. Slow down. Slow down. Let me repeat what happened, OG. OG. Let me repeat what just happened. For the people just got here. Shout out to that's UK Cassidy. Shout out. Is that UK? Yeah, I think that's UK Cassidy. What up, fam? Yo, let me say this, yo. We started off with this, bro. My brother, we started off with every time he stepped up, he lost. We end with name somebody on his resume that can beat Crawford. Those are two different arguments. That's all I'm saying.
Okay,
that's not fine. That's called moving the goalposts, which you said you just didn't do. But you did.
Look, bro. Here's the bottom line. Okay, you get all the goalposts the goddamn way. Here's the bottom line. I don't think he's that good.
Okay, now that's a whole other. And I can't argue with you there.
That's it.
Simple as that. But we can't say every time he stepped up, he lost. Like,
in my opinion,
he's a two-time champion, sir. No. But the facts are. Hold on, Shelton.
Yeah, Shelton, you just can't keep talking over people. Let this combo flow, bro.
Go for it, bro.
Yeah, that's my opinion. Every time he had a big step-up fight, he got his ass whooped. That's my opinion.
But who whooped his ass, though, Shelton? Terrence the first dude to stop him. Who has whooped his ass? I think you just don't like Sean for some reason.
Spence whooped his ass.
Let's pull up the scorecard.
Spence ain't whooped his ass, bro. Spence ain't whooped his ass. That's a judge's decision. Catterall lost, right? Catterall lost, right?
Let him finish. Hey, Sheldon, I'm gonna let you finish. But after this, when somebody starts, you gotta let them finish too.
Let me finish, bro.
Yes, sir.
I looked at BoxRec, right?
I got it pulled up on the screen.
There's no column in BoxRec for I came close, I had a really good performance, or I almost did it. Either you win, you lose, or you draw.
Fair
That's
enough.
it.
Fair
I
enough.
don't care if he came close. I don't care if he looked good. He fucking lost. Period.
Right.
So you part of that culture. You part of that culture of boxing that write niggas off. I see.
Let me bring this in. I just want to make one statement that I'm gonna let Reggie say what I gotta say, but then after that show and hold what you got, I need the boxing scholar to get a chance to speak in. Keep in mind, guys. I want you guys to make declarative statements. Like, let's not say, "Hey, let me ask you a question," because that means then you're going back and forth with that person and not letting everybody speak. So try to do more declarative statements. And plus, because we got Rob G pulling up too, and you know he already drunk anyway. Real nigga. On that real shit. On that real shit. That nigga out there drinking 211s, Hennessy, Parmesan, Scissor. That nigga drinking it all. He a real nigga, man. And it's focused too. He'll still whip your ass in my game night over here. Let me say this, bro. Sean, those are your opinions, but when you mischaracterize something as okay, he got his ass kicked, I get it. But your first statement that you said when Reggie brought up Ugas was, well, I thought Sean Porter lost that fight. Like, but it ain't no column for your thoughts. Reggie, give me my drop. Say it again.
Checkmate.
That's what you did, my brother. Well, I thought Sean Porter lost. But when you characterize a fight that could have went either way as an ass whooping, I think you're just not being fair. That was my quick rebuttal. Reggie Owens, go. It's Reggie Owens. Get his bars off.
It's Reggie Owens.
Yeah. I mean, Shelton takes a loss, and you viewing it in the context of Sean Porter that you just write these guys off because of a loss. We watched Catterall lose last week, even without there being a column. But there is a such thing as horrific judging in the sport. There is a question of questionable judging. There are such things as robberies in boxing, but in Sean Porter's cases, he has fought the best that has been out there, and he has challenged every single one of them. Even in the loss to Terrence Crawford, he battled with Terrence Crawford. There were very competitive moments. Sean Porter comes in here, and you got to bring it to defeat this guy. Earl Spence ain't run through him. And a lot of people try to make up excuses as to why Earl had such a close bout. It's blame it on he wasn't working with this guy. He was this much weight and this and that, rather than it's just the skills of goddamn Sean Porter, who puts it into the gym and it plays out with what you see in the boxing ring. The guy's a good fucking fighter. It's the reason why he's been a champion a couple of times. Can't write him off, with losses or not. It's part of the sport.
I go ahead, Boston Scholar. Boston Scholar, talk to me, man. Unmute your mic. Going once. Boston Scholar going twice. Go ahead, Rob G. Then we're going to let Sheldon more through the calls off.
I agree with Reggie, man. I agree with someone.
Can't hear you, bro.
You can hear me?
There you go.
Are you hearing me now?
Go for it, man.
So, yeah, man, like I said, man, I agree with Reggie, man. Good fights are going to happen.
Boxing Scholar, you back yet? All right, so look, I'm going to put a survey in the chat. I'm going to ask y'all, how do you rank Sean Porter's career? Is he trash? Or I'll just put not that good. That's what, you didn't call him trash, right, Sheldon Moore?
No, he's not trash.
You just said not that good.
Yeah, Sean Porter career.
Hold up, Rob G. Now I'm on Sheldon Moore. Let me say what you said. I'm getting a survey together. Say what you said, Sheldon Moore.
No, I said he's not trash at all. He's not, but he's not the Hall of Fame fighter that they claim he be.
Okay.
In my opinion, he's not the Hall of Fame fighter they say he is. But,
all right, so
he's not trash. No, he's
before I let you get your bars off, look, these are options I'm gonna put in the chat, Rob G, Reggie, Boxing Scholar, let me know when you bet as well. Sheldon Moore, not that good, he's great, or future Hall of Famer. That sound fair enough?
Fair enough.
That sound fair, right? He's good,
fair
he's
enough,
great, not that good, future Hall of Fame. What y'all think? Go ahead, Reggie. That's fair enough?
Yeah, fair to me.
What you think, Cheryl Moore?
Fair enough, brother. Fair enough.
This also helping me do my mic check. Rob G, what you think of this? That's fair, right?
Yes.
Boxing Scholar. Unmute your mic, Boxing Scholar.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right, cool. Cheryl Moore, Boxing Scholar, give me your take on Sean Porter and what Shelton had to say before I let him reply to everybody.
I think
He's on the phone, y'all. He's not on the panel. He's on the other phone line. So if you want to call in, you can call in too. 470-705-9507, 470-705-9507. If you just got here, we got a new survey in the chat. Make sure you smash the like button on the way into the neighborhood. Go ahead, Boxing Scholar.
So Sean Porter did things the right way. I think he's good, like really good. What was the great? I think I'll say great. He did things the right way. He never had no PED. He's always in shape like Marvin Hagler. You know, when Sean Porter fought people, even when he was the underdog, he always overperformed expectations and did the most with the least. He ain't really extremely skilled in one area where you look, you say, damn, Sean Porter's a beast in this area. He just puts on his hard hat and goes to work, man. He's exactly what you want to look at. He ain't got no scandals outside the ring. He's a good role model. But as far as the got his ass kicked, I think he's just saying that, like, you know, if you look at the losses, he lost. Because if he's talking about him getting dogged and beat, like, brutally, that never happened to him by anybody. Even the fight where he was stopped, it was a close competitive fight up until the point where he was stopped. I don't understand that. I don't understand what he mean by that. I need more clarification on that.
All right, go ahead, Sean. Moore's back on you.
Well, we all black. You know what I mean? You say you got his ass whooped. You got his ass whooped. You lost. I'm not saying the boy got beat down and stomped out and swollen eyes and wobbles and knocked down 4 times. You got his ass whooped. You lost. You lost the fight. You know what I meant.
What you mean a blessing and a curse? It ain't no curse. Come on, IGM Tim. Come on, bro. It ain't no curse. Don't do that. That's his dad, man, who brought him to the mountaintop several times. How hard is it for y'all? See how hard it is for Boots Ennis to get a title shot? How many title shots Sean Porter had? Come on, bro.
4.
That's not easy, bro.
No.
Not at all.
I ain't arguing with y'all. I think the Boxing Scholar want to probably go around with me on this, but it's all love. Y'all know it's all good in the neighborhood, for real. I'm just saying, like, we got to stop this, man. Like, his dad was so bad. His dad is jealous of him. Come on, bro. His dad brought him to the mountaintop. Brought several kids to the mountaintop. He ain't jealous of his son.
Man, niggas have learned that shit from Fred. This is the thing niggas don't put into when they look at sports. Like, people don't even put into with none of these athletes. People just think Michael Jordan walks in the gym, he's just as great. Kobe walks in there, he's great. Stephen Curry walks in the gym, he's just that great. They don't think about the work and where it took to put to where these dudes get to this point. Now, you listen to Kenny talk about the way, and matter of fact, it's just the amateur system, period. With a lot of these kids in America, like I'm saying, I hate listening to people who say whole shit. Like I say, Fred, my brother, always gonna rock with Fred.
Why you bringing him up? Why you name drop?
No, because I'm name drop when I talk about something. I don't like doing innuendos. I like calling people name directly. But the nigga, he's still my brother, but he been doing a lot of whole shit, and a lot of other niggas buy into that shit. Fred ain't the only nigga who do that shit on YouTube. It's a lot of these other niggas because they ain't mindful of what they talk. But people buy into this shit. Fred playing in the shit where he got personal reasons behind shit, and other people across this thing. Now, people overlook the fact that with this amateur program in a sport, America has taken a lot of money out of our programs to where we used to get the great fighters. The amateur system has produced the fucking Ray Robinsons, the motherfucking Sugar Ray Leonards, the Tommy Hearns, because there was money funded in that. When Sean Porter and them came up, there's no money in it. And many poor families, this is a poor man's sport. Many poor families having to fucking scrounge up money and funds to be able to take a group of kids to house them in hotels, drive them around here. Boxing equipment ain't fucking cheap. Buying up equipment, dedicating these kids to tournaments, getting them out there, getting them the time to train. These kids go to school as well. That's a hard fucking sacrifice, and people overlook that shit of what it takes before you get into the professional ranks. And Sean had an immaculate fucking amateur career from what I hear, and the names that he's been in there with,
and
people who are much bigger than him. Yes, and B. And then you do it as a professional with who? His fucking father. Can't take that away. And his father has protected him, because these sports with young professional black kids are sports that exploit you, because you look at the same great champions who came from great amateur programs, who have been put in positions to be so great, have all been exploited by fucking crooked business types who have left these fighters broken poor. For with Fredo Benitez, when they get fucked up and hurt, ain't nobody giving nothing to them, but they got great classic legendary moments in the green. Same thing with Gerald McClellan. So all that shit y'all talking about, fucking Kenny Porter, you ought to be fucking giving him many rounds of applause for what he has done. And Sean Porter is secured in his life, and his mind is still right. So salute to Kenny, not hate on Kenny, not even a Floyd's. But that's my rant about that, because people ain't mindful of what it takes to get to the point of being an athlete. Go run on the court, go step in the ring. That shit is some hard shit to do. You throw fucking 10 punches and go one round, you win it if you're not in the shape to do this shit. So it takes a lot to do that shit. I can imagine in the shape I'm in right now, doing this shit and the training it takes. This shit is crazy.
I think what before I pass the mic, anybody want to jump in? Anybody got anything to say on reply?
Yeah.
Before you say
Reggie's
that, let me
right,
say this.
Man. I mean,
hold on.
Reggie's right. I mean,
hold on.
guy...
Sheldon. That was a question, but I just want to say this before I pass the mic. To address what I think a lot, and you can address what Reggie said, and you can throw this in. I'll try to keep it less than 15 seconds. I think a lot of the disdain for Mr. Porter, as I'm gonna call him right here, and y'all know I was hard on them before this fight, because I just was rooting for Bud. But and that was me doing promotion, trying to help sell the fighter as a content creator. But I respect this man. I respect Sean Porter as a fighter, and I respect his career. The fight is over. Give the man his flowers. Kenny Porter, I believe the disdain comes from this. The way after the fight, the statements that was made in the ring, when he said, you get to a certain, guys get to a certain level and they think they can do whatever they want to do. And you can hear the crowd start booing, and even the broadcasting staff was saying, I think it was Andre Ward, was like, I ain't like that. I think some of that stuff could have been handled behind closed doors. And from there, the narrative got pushed out. But I'm glad Sean Porter addressed it on the show and said, no, that was the first time I told my dad in my life, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. And he, in his mind, I'm saving something for the fight, because I would get tired later. He said, but I didn't even tell him that. He said, so it was miscommunication, but they are past it. But the fans can't get past it. They're trying to draw this wedge between the father and the son, who got his son to be a 2-time champion and a decorated amateur. And is arguably going to go into the Hall of Fame, especially with all the stuff he's doing outside of boxing now. But go ahead, show him more than boxing stuff.
What I was going to say was Reggie has a valid point, and I agree with it. You know what I'm saying? If anybody would know his fighter, it would be Kenny Porter, who's been with him his entire career. Kenny know what he saw. I know what I saw. Sean wasn't going to make it out of that round. He did what was best for his son. He took his trainer hat off and put his father hat on and did what was best for his son, because that fight was done. Now, you can't take away the fact that Sean has fought anyone and everyone in his time in the welterweight division. He's done that. 2-time welterweight champion. He's done that. But it's just my opinion, like I said before, that he was very, very good, but he was never elite. You got good, great, and elite. Sean was great, but he was never elite. But yeah, I applaud Kenny Porter. I think Kenny Porter did the right thing. He looked out for his son. He would know his son better than me, better than any content creator on YouTube, better than any fan that's calling into a show. He knows how his son's supposed to train. He knows what his son's capable of, and he knew it was time to throw that towel.
He saw his son, right, go ahead. I was just about to say, he saw his son banging on the pavement in frustration. almost getting up, but he stumbled a little bit. He started banging on the canvas like, I made a dumb mistake. That's your daddy is still watching. That's your father too. That's still your trainer. That's your daddy first. And all of that, he separate. It ain't no separation. That's my son forever. He's not just no fighter. No, he'll always be my son. He was my baby first. Like, so what? Like he said, man. He said he didn't. Sean bought a house around the corner from him. He didn't buy a house around the corner from Sean. He wanted to be close to his dad. Come on, man. That's his. They friends too. He cared for each other. Shit bigger than boxing. And it just be disgusting, man, because motherfuckers who ain't never, like, I said this before on the show and I got some backlash for it. Fucking Reggie, I'll say it again. I ain't scared of it. Fuck it. A lot of y'all out here disrespecting this man. Your daddy ain't never took you to the corner store, let alone to the boxing gym, let alone to the greatest of where you can be in your career, a championship boxer. You want to be a boxer? I'm gonna make you a champion. And your daddy make you a 2-time champion, IBF and WBC. Come on, bro. Your dad made you a multi-millionaire. Your dad put you in the right rooms, taught you how to live a clean boxing lifestyle, stay out of trouble, stay out the streets. Y'all said the man, come on, man. The daddy jealous of the kid. Come on, bro. Stop. I ain't talking to nobody in particular. But if the shoe fit, wear it. And if I'm stepping on your toes, curl them up next time. But your daddy didn't even take you to the corner store, nigga. And you are that disrespecting this man. Man, shit is funny to me.
Yeah, they used to daddy saying, I'm gonna come pick you up, and they sit on the porch and he never come. I'm gonna buy you this Christmas tree and these gifts, and the house sit bare. That's what they used to. So when they see this shit, it fucking boggles their mind, and it begins to, fester a level of hate. And it also goes back to that fight where they talk about the stoppage. And this is what I was saying earlier about people don't see the hard work put in by fucking athletes. They don't see the amount of time they've spent shooting the jump shot, lifting the weights, running the miles. People don't see that. So Kenny Porter's seeing shit that no one else seen, being that you going in here with a damn killer. What it is that people with this split between their it ain't even passion. It ain't even that they really have a passion, even if they're Earl Spence fans or even if they're Bud fans. It ain't a passion. It's just an ignorance. There's a huge ignorance in people today who claim to love sports. Is the fact that they didn't want to see this fight stop because Earl Spence didn't get a stop against him. But the thing is, Kenny Porter know that his son was doing this shit, that they had issues that he stated in the post-fight that his son wasn't doing. You going in here against a kid who was a killer, who's stepping up here and stopping everyone. And then it was like to the point where you begin to see nobody really seen the side of fucking Terrence Crawford, where you really begin to see his true physical strength. Because usually when Sean Porter's in the ring, he's bullying people. He's usually physically stronger than people. Terrence Crawford got in there, lifted this dude up, carried him to the damn ropes. Then when he was told that he was behind, being he was possibly holding back a little bit on Sean Porter, that when he really started to step that shit up, there was a vast difference in the level of power and shit that was rocking Sean Porter. So Kenny knew what it was. And then you banging on the damn canvas after the second knockdown, you can go back out there and get the lights shut off. So Kenny said, no, that ain't happening. We got a young kid to raise. On one shot can change everything. You can get Patrick Dade in this shit. And best believe, the pinpoint accuracy of a Bud punch, he knows where the hell he's hitting people. He's stopping everybody. So Kenny did the right thing. And be jealous of his son. I think y'all jealous of his son and him.
Boxing Scotty, you want to react to any of this?
Yeah, so I don't think anybody would disagree that Sean Porter wouldn't be where he is if it wasn't for his dad. But let's not pretend that the relationship is not mutually beneficial. Kenny Porter is rich now too because of Sean Porter. And Sean Porter takes those punches. No matter what Kenny Porter tells him, he still got to go out there and take the punches. So I have my own gripe with this. Like before the fight, I didn't say anything about Kenny Porter. About it was what you said. What rubbed me the wrong way is he didn't give his son an opportunity at greatness, because time gonna keep going forward. He didn't tell his son, hey, show me something, I'm gonna stop the fight. He talked about going into the fight, he was planning to stop it. So you ain't even had this discussion with your son. So I feel like because the relationship between them should be like mutually beneficial, because it's mutually beneficial, Sean Porter has earned the right to have some input on his training camp. He should be able to go to his daddy and be like, Dad, I think we should do this. I think we should do that. He was on the brink of retirement. He had put in all these years of, like I said, always in shape, always doing exactly what his father told him. And he can't even say one time a suggestion. That's all about ego, man. That was my gripe with Kenny Porter. I felt like the stoppage and everything was all about ego. Even after the fight, he showed what it was about. If it was about him and his son, it would have been just about that. He wouldn't have went up and just grabbed shit and smushed it in his face post-fight by saying he didn't listen to me and me, all about me. That's ego talking, man. That ain't. I didn't hear love in that speech. So that's where my gripe came with Kenny Porter.
But look, it's even like this. In the past eras where you had great trainers, ain't no fighter about to tell no great trainer what the fuck he's doing. You can get the fuck out the gym. And even a father that's pushing for greatness, it's a killer sport. Why you gonna listen to a fighter? A fighter gonna want to take days off. A fighter's gonna want to cut corners. It's your job as a coach to ensure that there's no stones unturned. You can't allow a fighter to tell you that. And that's what Sean Porter was doing. The minute Sean Porter wanted to do it his way, the Sean way, it failed. And it ain't just Kenny Porter doing that. Kenny Porter has the mind to bring in other people to work with them. There's been several trainers that have been brought in to work with Kenny Porter, for Kenny Porter to learn things and feed off other people. And then you deal with trainers, you got to worry about who's trying to snake you and trying to get after your son. And they knew that. Sean Porter knew that. He has seen it. They have observed that shit. The one thing, they have paid attention to the sport, what they need to do, and also the business side of things. There's a lot of janky shit that pops off in this sport. And we see it all the time. They have done a great collaboration. And Kenny's just being old school. Kenny ain't one of these new age, soft talking ass people, regardless if it's son or not. He's cutting corners, he's half-assing. This is the end of his role for his career anyway. And Sean knew this was kind of towards the ending point. He had thoughts of retirement and all this and that, meaning he was bound to take shortcuts. Why let him go in and get hurt? Terrence Crawford is dangerous out here. He's a dangerous fighter for anybody. I don't care if it's Earl or Boots.
They know it.
A lot of people know it.
Reggie said a lot of people know it. You know what's popping, man? I'm sorry, Reggie. I mean to ad lib over you. Go ahead.
Oh no! You jump in right as I was out. That was my last statement, my last word.
Yeah, I thought we were segueing. I thought it was cool. But my G, at the end of the day, I think a lot of confusion and a lot of the disdain for Kenny is those statements when he says, well, you know, fighters they get to a point they want to do what they want to do. And Sean said, yo, that he addressed it with the stitches in his face on his next episode and brought Terrence Crawford on the show. Like, that's why Sean Porter is like so great to me. Like, who does that? You get what I'm saying? A guy who thinks like, I could beat you the next fight. And that's the thing with Sean Porter. Sean Porter never gets the courtesy of a rematch to see how he can fare now that he got the data. Sean Porter don't get no rematches, homie. So fighting Sean Porter is like going through a car crash and you be like, whew. And still, like, whew, nigga, I don't want to do that shit no more. He's the scariest ride at every roller coaster, bro. I'm telling you. And it ain't because of the power. It's because you don't, you think he ain't got no power, but niggas don't just walk through him.
Yeah, it's grueling.
He ain't got no power. Nobody just walked through Sean Porter, bro. And I asked Bernie did he carry him a little bit. And Bernie was like, nah, Sean Porter's tough, but I ain't gonna lie. It was times in that fight where I saw Bud just stand in the middle and do like this. And let Sean do all that shit right there. And did all of that. Then he locked him up. He looked around, he smiled. But I thought that was part of the game plan. Shoot your load. Get your shots off. Get yourself tired. Get all them shots off. Let me see what you got. I want to feel the power. You know what I'm saying? If I can take it, let's go. Boom, 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 boom. Because at that point, he don't felt some shots. Let's see how he's wearing down now. And then I'm giving some free shots. Like he's a little homie in there. He tie him up, like Reggie said, go to the rope, almost throw him over the top turnbuckle, and then the bell rang. He was like, "Don't worry, it's gonna happen." Talking to the crowd, calm down. It's coming soon. And it came. Like, this guy, bro, that shit is amazing. I know I'm wearing the hat right now, but golly, that's why I bought it. And I'm so glad he ain't even sell them on the website no more. So I feel like I got something exclusive. Y'all can't even get this one now. You get what I'm saying? Oh my God, bro. That, now, Sheldon Moore, you still there? That was kind of. That was the only time I ever seen Sean Porter seem dominated. Like, everything. That's why as Bernie was he carrying them.
But what it was, I think.
But even if he was, Bernie couldn't admit that neither, though, right? That's called, like, that's kind of illegal, right? That's shaving bits and shit like that.
He wouldn't do that.
Yeah, even if he did.
He wouldn't do that. That's
because it seemed so natural when he was like, "How? I'm losing? How?" All right. He was like, "Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Come on, man. You gotta step it up. Let's go. It's time to go to work. It's work time." Less than a minute later, less than 45 seconds, Sean Porter on ground. A minute later, the fight is over.
Rebs, was that the 6th round when he picked him up and threw him to the ropes, right? That was the 6th round, right?
I'm not sure what round. I'm not sure.
Him over, bro. Like,
I think it's like the 6th round. He picked him up, threw him to the ropes, the bell rung. He let him go, looked at him and said, "You too little." Remember that? You too little.
That's what he was doing when he was doing like that. You too little. Okay, that's what he was saying.
You too little. The thing is, people forget that Kenny Porter also trained Bud Crawford in amateurs. People forget that. So Kenny not only knows his son, like Reggie was saying, he knows who his son was in there with. Look, I can ask everybody on this panel. I think I'll get the same answer. Does anybody on this panel believe that Sean Porter was going to make it out of that 10th round?
Let Reggie answer first because he about to slide. Damn.
Wait, in that round when he was banging the canvas, no, I was like, I thought he was going to make it to the bell, but I didn't know that somebody told, I thought the fight was just going to be how it was. And I'm like, damn, Bud behind, but it was, I think Bud was carrying it because for Bud to hear that and immediately turn up the way he did and get the result that he's always been getting, I'm like, the kid bad, man. He's a bad motherfucker, man, and I can't take nothing away from him. Can't take nothing from him, man. Gotta salute him, man. People gotta show respect to these athletes that are out here. Even Earl, Boots, all of them. But nobody's defined as the best until they fight one another. Because even you can get somebody who looks like the best, and the eye test and everything, everybody base everything off how smooth a person look. Oh, his jab's so crisp. Oh, he can do a combination and pivot this way. Well, Meldrick Taylor can do all that shit, and he stepped in there with Cesar Chavez, and that shit changed. You had many of these fighters who can style and shit, get in the ring and get bopped on by somebody that's just so fundamental about the way they perform their work. So, I mean, especially a lot of black fans, they get caught up in the eye test shit. But a lot of that shit changes when you get in there with somebody who can rule it out, know what they're doing, know how to nullify some of that shit. But that's all I got. I'm gonna be up in the chat.
Hey, man. Hey, yo, shout out to Reggie Owens. Got a dope channel. Hey, look, you ain't even got your logos up here right now. You been in on whiteface all night.
Oh, that's because I'm from the phone. They don't got a logo when I'm on the phone.
Oh, man, you got to fix that, man. You up here in whiteface. Shout out to Reggie Owens. He got a dope channel called Boxing Conversations with Reggie Owens 1 and 2. Man, what book you on right now? When you gonna read the Mother 2 book? What book you on right now?
Oh, I'm gonna start the book tomorrow, matter of fact. But I got to do it on one. Man, YouTube up here with me in these strikes. So that I'm fighting the one for my second channel. But I'm gonna go back tomorrow. I'm gonna start because the main channel is where I wanted to make sure I do the books on in my reading channel. So I'm gonna start tomorrow to continue on with it because I gotta get to the Frederick Douglass book. But I'm almost finished with this current book. So we'll be on Santo Domingo, which is Haiti. So we'll start on Haiti tomorrow. I'm gonna do it in the morning.
All right, what time? On
let me see, 9. I'm gonna probably put 9:30 West Coast. That'd be 11:30 Central, 12:30 Eastern. AM.
Lunchtime reading, man, with Reggie Owens, man. Check it out tomorrow. You can find it on Boxing Conversations with Reggie Owens, also Reading with Reggie Owens, Politics with News with Reggie Owens, Boxing Conversation with Reggie Owens 1 and 2, man. Really respect this dude. This dude is super active out here. 9 times out of 10, while I'm still making my thumbnail for a story, Reggie already got it out. And I'll be like, well, fuck it. I'll just comment over here or just share the link. Like, this guy's super active, and I respect him, man. I appreciate you, bro.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Y'all keep this shit going. I'm just in the chat.
All right, man. And leave Fred. Hey, look, I never thought I'd say this, but leave Fred alone, Reggie.
No, I am Fred. Like I say, Fred, my brother, but he all that hating. It ain't just Fred. It's a lot of these other niggas, man.
I ain't mean to say. Look at me. You never thought you'd hear me say leave him alone, huh?
Yeah, no, I don't be picking on people. I just be speaking the shit because these are like I say, they great brothers, but they have lost their ways with a lot of shit. Even the other cats in LDBC who I really don't fuck with, they don't stop them from not being great. But a lot of niggas get on here and get on clown shit, and I think they need to change that shit. But that's my only point.
Look,
all right, Red.
Hey, look.
Easy.
Hey,
all right.
Hey, all right. God bless, Reg. And look, I be trying to share some shit from people from the LDBC, and they got like I fuck with them on like the hip hop shit. But when you share the link, people like, oh, you in the LDBC now? I'm like, no, I like this dude. Like he talking about hip hop right now. He making some good points, or he might be talking about some social justice type shit, whatever. You know what I'm saying? I can't share the link, and now I'm in, or I'm trying to be down. Like you was hating on him before. Like, no, I ain't hating. I'm just saying, like, I disagree with certain points. I disagree with certain people, but that's life, like my G. And we disagree about boxing shit. This fighter over this fighter, and like, but it's just sometimes the shit get out of hand. And but I told myself I don't be out here I ain't trying to make no diss videos out here about nobody. You know what I'm saying? That ain't really how I'm trying to get popping. That ain't my style.
Last time I checked, Marq, you're a grown man. You can associate with whoever you want to associate.
Right, my G. Like, that shit be weird to me. But it don't be them. But it be other people in the audience. And I be like, homie, it ain't even. Like, nah, I'm not in their organization. But that ain't my business.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. And I ain't even, and my channel, like, if you think you're going to pull up and get a LDBC diss show every night, you probably got the wrong show on me, like, because I don't have no problems with it. I don't know them. I got some pictures with some. I know a couple of them, but they don't even fuck with me because I share other people's links, and they be like, man, he up here disrespecting Wilder. I'm like, man, I'm enjoying the show. I like Coach Malachi Williams. You know what I'm saying? And he up there dissing LDBC. I was like, so what? Like, nigga, this entertainment. Nigga, it's some YouTube shit. That nigga, and this shit is entertaining. It's funny. It's dope. Okay, well, look, we ain't cool no more then. If that hurts your feelings like that, I guess we was never that cool. You get what I'm saying?
You remember what you told the brother the other night last week? You remember that?
Which one? I'm always talking to somebody up here.
Well, you told the brother was saying something. You said, oh yeah, the brother said same topic. You know, man.
Say what?
Let you sit here.
Say it again.
The same topic. It was the same topic. Oh, brother, I can't let you sit up here and disrespect Wilder. And you was like, nigga,
oh no, he was talking about Spence. Oh, it was Spence. And I made like an Errol Spence joke before I passed the mic. He said, there you go, making them, he might have, I'm paraphrasing, but he was like, there you go, making them little jabs before you go. Like, no, I ain't made no jab at you. I'm talking about the fighter. I'm trying to promote the fight. You know what I'm saying? We already picked the sides for the most part. We got the people who want to see the fight, and we got some people who don't even care if the fight happened no more. Then we got a side of people, you know, the room is split in so many local crews. People got the Spence, some people got Crawford, and some people say, man, I don't even care. I just want to see it. And you got some people saying, man, I don't even give a fuck about that fight. I'm tired of talking about it. Like, no matter what happens, the fight is already damaged because of the car accident and the eye injury. It's already tainted. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
So it is what it is. You can't win for losing. Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro.
Was dope. It was like, damn, you gonna sit up here and get mad at me for talking about another man that you can't call him.
Oh yeah, that's what I told him. I said, yeah, you can call Martinez.
but you mad at me over him. That's crazy.
Yeah, right. Yo, they talk about that in the Bible. They was like, you know, not saying I'm God or nothing like that, but they talk about that in the Bible. Like, how do you hate your brother you see every day, but love a God you never seen?
Mm-hmm. How can you say you love me whom you have not seen, but hate your brother who you see every day?
There you go. That's how I go.
To answer the question earlier, man, I was letting y'all get your bars up, but yeah, I don't think the fight should have been stopped. I think he would have made it out of the corner. To answer the brother's question, I don't know his name, but he asked the question to everybody on the panel. I think he would have made it out the round.
That was me, bro. Yeah, you say you think he'd have made it out the 10th round?
Yeah, I think he would have made it.
What do you want to fight?
After 2 knockdowns, and he had 1 minute and 45 to go. You think he would have made it out?
Yeah.
Okay. That's your opinion.
No. Now, when have? Yeah, that's your opinion. But let me ask you this: would he have won the fight?
Probably not.
Even if he got up that round, won the next 2 rounds, 1 round and 11 and 12. Do you think he would have won the fight?
Yeah, probably not unless he knocked him down, but probably not.
So that's a no. He still would have lost the fight.
Yeah, that's a you never know what happened.
Kenny Porter did the right thing then. So regardless, Kenny Porter still did the right thing, even by what you just said. Even if my son get up and win the next 2 rounds, stops this guy. Sorry, let me get a sip of water. Unless he stops this guy, which we didn't train for, right? Didn't train for a stoppage. You didn't do that. Let's never forget that Sean Porter, while I put the scorecard up, never forget that Sean Porter went on this podcast himself and said, my dad did the right thing. This was the first time I ever told my dad no in training camp. Like, no, I'm not doing that. Is this the right one? Okay, Terrence Crawford. All right. So at the time of the stoppage, Terrence Crawford is winning on all 3 cards. No. Actually, let's stop. Let's slow down. No. By the time the stoppage happened, now Terrence Crawford has a 10-7 round on all 3 cards. So he's already up 1 point. He's up 1 point, and he's up 3 points on the judge who has the blue card, which was is that Ruiz? No, that's the referee. Which judge is Max DeLuca? So now he got a 10-7 round. Even if Sean Porter wins the next couple rounds, he got to get a knockdown or a knockout to win, which is highly unlikely at this point, because he was about to take some more punishment. So all of this narrative where Sean Porter was winning, whoever had that unofficial card is the reason why Sean Porter got stopped. Thank God somebody told Terrence Crawford that. So we got I thought a nice stoppage and a new storyline. Even the way Errol played it, when Errol like Errol gave people a storyline with that. When Errol was like, yo, the media is the reason why the fight ain't happen. Hold up, homie. You gave us a storyline. Because you saw this and walked out. You thought we was going to let that slide? Like, oh, shit. And then you left? And I get it. Derek James said, yo, you ain't got to be no monkey for nobody's show. But, bro, you already at the fight. You could have watched this shit from the crib, homie. Come on, bro. You could have watched it from, like, a different seat. You could have been, like, in the city. Like you could have been, bro, you could have been there and not been seen like this. Come on, bro. He wanted to be seen. He's there. He the big fish. But bro, let's keep it a buck. Respectfully. All right, I'll leave it alone. That was oh yeah.
I'm just saying, man. This questions I got. I got 2 statements I want to make. Number 1, My man said he probably would have made it out of the round. Well, since Terrence Crawford's been in the welterweight division, how many welterweights have made it out of the 12th round that he's faced?
Am I answering that?
Yeah, how many welterweights have made it out of the 12th round?
I don't know the exact number, but he's a good finisher. He's a good finisher.
The answer is zero. The answer is zero, sir.
None of them. None of them.
Nobody has seen the final bell. The answer is zero.
Okay.
So he said, I don't know the exact answer. You see the head, homie? Zero. Nobody has been to the final bell with the homie. Nobody.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. He put in the blood, sweat, and tears. And he's never been stopped.
Because you already been knocked down twice.
Let him finish. Go ahead, Sheldon Moore. I ain't hear you.
My bad. I
doubt that Porter would have made it out of that round with a minute 45 left and being already knocked down twice. I doubt he would have made it out of there. Number one. Number two, I still go back to the point that I don't think anyone knows Sean Porter better than Kenny Porter. Kenny Porter has saw enough. Like Marq said, he knew what they trained for, and he knew this was not his son's night. Why would I allow my son to go back out there and take more punishment and possibly get finished when I can already see he's not going to win this fight anyway? And it's starting to get up with a guy who has finished every welterweight he has faced since he's been in this division.
I heard another narrative. You want to hear this?
What happened?
Before we go to Boston Scholar? And
yeah.
Real quick, they said Kenny saved Sean from being on Terrence highlight reel knockout. They didn't want Sean Porter, to be, shivering and shaking on the pavement. Getting one of those Leo Santa Cruz uppercuts.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? He didn't want to see that. He didn't want to see him. You know how Wilder hit Spilka and spun around Bermain Stavern, Dominique Brazil. He didn't want to see his son like that.
I don't think he was thinking about that.
And Sean, I don't think that. I look, Kenny Porter I take the man for his word. Exactly what he said. Right on cue, right in the midst of the fight. He said, guys get to a certain level and they think they can do what they want to do. I believe him. And I believe Sean when he said, this the first time I ever told my dad no in training camp. My dad was like, do blah, blah, blah. And he was like, I'm not doing that. I'm done for the day. What the fuck you mean? It's exactly what Kenny said it was. Guys get to a certain level and they think they can do what he didn't lie. It won't no ego. Kenny an old school OG. He just looked young. You get what I'm saying? They look like big brother, little brother. That's my fucking son. What you talking about, nigga? Like, no. I won't let my son die in this ring tonight just for your fucking entertainment. He already didn't do what I asked him to do to get here, to get our first 2 titles. He ain't doing what we did. We trying to be a 3-time champion. You know what we do. You know the procedure. You know what we do. I think where Sean Porter want to have an off day, he earned that to be here. No. You can't say that yet. No, like not you, the fighter. Listen to your trainer, how you got here. It's a different opponent. You can't just take the off day right now because, I feel like I deserve. Come on, Boxing Scholar. I ain't picking on you directly. I'm just saying, I remember you said that. And I'm sorry I used that voice, but that's the voice.
But Sean Porter deserved to be able to do whatever he wanted to do. He just wanted
Nah, nigga. We going for the 3rd title. Listen to your daddy. We gonna get that together. Man, you was like, he the one taking the punches. I'm like, nigga, the fighter is always the only one taking the punches. Why did you bring that up? Respectfully. But
Can I
go ahead, Boston Scholar.
All right. So here's the thing, right? Emmanuel Stewart's a better trainer than Kenny Porter. That's the fact. I'm not even going to debate that.
Okay, pause right here. Stop right there. Now, Sean Porter didn't have the luxury of training with Emmanuel Stewart, so Like, what are we doing here right now?
You stopped it before I could bring my point full circle.
Right. Because I know you're a big Emmanuel Stewart fan, but you,
Yeah.
but like,
Let me
you love Emmanuel Stewart, and I get that, but like, but Tommy Hearns is probably a better welterweight than Sean Porter too, right?
Let me land it though. You ain't let me land it. I wasn't even gonna bring up Tommy Hearns.
No, I had to fuck with you a little bit because you started off with the Emmanuel Stewart. I was like, here we go.
There they go. That's they one. But
let me enjoy the matter of fact. Let me buckle up, man. Let me enjoy the show. Go ahead.
So, he got with Lennox Lewis late in Lennox Lewis' career. He was already 30 something, right? And the amount of time they spent together wasn't a long time. People don't even know. They think he's been with him his whole career, but they haven't. Lennox Lewis got to a point where they trusted each other, where Lennox Lewis started making suggestions in his own camp. Freddie Roach and Manny Pacquiao got together late in Manny Pacquiao's career. They got to a point where they were making suggestions, or he let Manny Pacquiao make suggestions in his own camp. He even let Manny Pacquiao take over his own camp. You know why? Because Manny Pacquiao took the punches to put Freddie Roach in the position. Freddie Roach didn't take no punches from Manny Pacquiao, even though I ain't gonna get into that. But anyway, the point of the matter is, Kenny Porter, you say, okay, well, Kenny Porter's his father, right? He did what a father was supposed to do. But then that goes to my point, where father and son relationships don't work out when they're your trainer, because Mark Breland allowed Deontay Wilder to take a beating because he's like a son to him. That wasn't his real son. He's not objective. He gave his fighter a chance. That's what you're supposed to do. So as time fades by, a fight, he's gonna have to live with the fact that he got stopped. They said that the conspiracy was that he ain't make it on the highlight reel. That was a highlight reel, and it actually looked worse because he was beating up the canvas instead of Crawford, in my opinion. But give your fighter a chance. There's been plenty of times in boxing where a person has got knocked down, got up and knocked the other person out. That's what makes great fights. He robbed us of that. So now because he got in to stop the fight early, it's up to speculations. We got to speculate, well, this and that and that and that. If he knew, like he said out of his own mouth, that his fighter was not prepared and that's his son, why did you allow your son to fight? He could have said it was a rib injury, eye injury, anything to pull out of this fight to have your son better prepared for the most dangerous welterweight that finishes everybody, in y'all's words. Why didn't he think about that pre-fight? Why was it announced after the fight?
I can answer your question. It's very simple. Sean Porter had 4 million reasons to get in that ring that night.
Was it 4?
4 million reasons.
Say one more time for the people in the back.
4 million reasons to get in that ring that night.
Big fact.
How much was Errol Spence supposed to make to fight Manny Pacquiao?
2.5.
He had 2.5 million to get in there and risk his eye.
But his eye popped out in training. That's not fair.
He the big fish. He the big fish. Manny Pacquiao ain't even a tadpole. Nah.
No, don't do that.
Hold on, Mark.
He talking about imaginary checks. It's not fair because the dude eye popped out in training.
Because the PBC doesn't pay anybody high front end money. They make their money off the paper. Now, he probably made tons more off the paper.
Oh, hell
it's
yeah.
guaranteed.
They was going to do that shit. Where did they do that at? That was in Vegas, right?
Yeah, it's guaranteed to 2.5.
Oh, shit. That was guaranteed to win neither, though. Because Manny Pacquiao, I ain't going to lie, man. He lost to Ugas. He just couldn't figure out his range. He couldn't get his timing and his range. And Ugas didn't fight like Ugas normally fights. He wasn't a come-forward fighter. He fought Pacquiao patient. And he just reacted to Pacquiao and got Pacquiao's timing down and Pacquiao was just lunging and reaching and Ugas just held his ground. Will he fight Spence the same way? A lot of people are banking on him to just run straight forward in because he's normally a come forward fighter. But nah, man, he stood his ground. Maybe he learned from the Sean Porter loss. But I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off with that soliloquy. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say that
thought it was on boxing.
He was supposed to beat a 43-year-old man coming off a 2-year layoff. He did what he was supposed to.
Go ahead, Boston Scholar.
So if he had 4 million reasons, so basically,
Declarative statements. Just do the declarative
This is
statement.
clear. This is
I'm
a
saying,
statement. It's not a question.
because you started with if.
Okay. Sean Porter's dad sold him out for 4 million reasons, basically.
No, they already got the money. They already got that. That's the fight.
You could postpone the fight and still make the money.
Hold on. No. Hold up. No. You can't. Because things could change. The venue might not be available, bro. Like we still don't even know if the Virgil Ortiz and the McKinson fight is still going down on March the 19th.
When you make the 2 weeks,
like we don't know. Hold up. No. Boxing scholar, you see what I'm saying? Like it took the WBA to commission the fight for the Charlo shit that's going down, their rematch, because old boy got injured. Like that was a big deal, Boxing Scholar. Like it's an 11-page document. Did you read it? I did a video on it. I'll send you the link. But it's an 11-page document, bro. And because that guy got injured, remember Charlo wanted to see the receipts. The commission saw the receipts. That's all that mattered. I don't know if Charlo got to see everything, because they ain't just gonna give another nigga straight up your doctor's report.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? Like, not only is he injured here, he got a torn elbow right here. Look at this shit right here. No, we can't do that.
If my son made millions,
but all I'm telling you is this though: the commission has moved that fight, like, and they had to do it within a certain time, and they got to do it because that's when the venue is available. We can't just say so cavalier. They could have pushed it back, and 4 million still would have been there. Not all the time. Go ahead.
You made a good point. So I'll just leave it with another definitive statement. If my son has made me millions, right, and I know that he's not preparing well for the fight, I'm calling that fight off. We can worry about what I make after it, but he's my son and I love him. That's the reason he stopped the fight, right? That's the narrative. He loves his son. You don't let your son get in there if he's not prepared to go in with Bud Crawford.
No. Not saying not prepared and like you act like he missed weight or he ain't even tracking with the weight. He's just not doing the things that we normally do, whatever those may be. You get what I'm saying? We don't know. We don't know all of those details. We got to go with what they're going by. What you're saying is not prepared or 100% not prepared or no, I get it. I know King might say not prepared. I'm just paraphrasing. Don't quote me. But the statement that Sean made on his show when he said, we never talked about that, and he broke it. He attributed it more to miscommunication. Like he said, that's the first time I just told my dad no. Like it's easy for us to say this after the fact. Like my son, like I'ma just call the fight off. I'm selling him out because I still need to get paid. Man, this is a title shot, bro. He made the weight, so obviously he and we saw Sean Porter. Come on, man. Let's not act like Sean Porter wasn't in shape and sculpted. He was to the point that Terrence Crawford was like, shit, hold up, I can take this off and show you my 8-pack. While he up here showing off his ripped up body. Sean Porter was ripped up. He was chiseled up. He looked like Sean Porter. Come on, man. We had like Sean Porter was in there looking weight drained and all flabby. Sean Porter looked ready. He was ready. He just wasn't enough. We're not taking nothing away from Sean Porter. But we're not going to... But at the end of the day, that extra whatever that was that his dad was trying to provide, that he wasn't trying to hear, that was the last 2 rounds. That was the last 3 rounds. That extra It ain't like he went in and got slept in round 1 or got beat up real bad in 3 rounds and King Porter stopped. No, bro. He made it to the championship round. He did good, but his best wasn't good enough.
That's the point I'm making. He made it to the championship rounds.
And the point,
but how bad would it be when if he's going there with a new trainer before the biggest fight of his life? How bad would that turn out for Sean Porter that night? Going in there with somebody he never trained with before.
He might not got stopped.
If he went in there, let's say he went in there with Sugar Hill, he came up under Emmanuel Stewart. You think he would have did better that night against Terrence Crawford?
Yeah.
Tell me how. What would Sugar Hill did? I mean, what would he do different than Kenny Porter.
You know my saying, Mark, is that
I know the saying, but tell me what he would have did different.
Coaches can't win fights. They can't win fights for fighters, but they can lose them. The corner work is important. Sugar Hill has a better boxing eye than Kenny Porter. He would have
sir, respectfully, give me an actual specific thing that he would have told him in the game plan versus Terrence Crawford, because a lot of that is fluff and it's hyperbole.
Adjustments. That's you asked me what would make a difference. Adjustments in the corner, not the game plan, not the preparation.
What specific corner instruction based off now that we've seen the fight and the fight is over? What did what was Sugar Hill told him that Kenny Porter didn't?
Push the pace of the fight. Tell him what shots that he's getting hit with. Tell him to duck up under this. That's what great trainers do. Kenny, not just a cornerman. A bad cornerman is just gonna sit in there and tell you anything. Oh, he's a coward. Oh, he's this. Great cornermen are gonna tell you exactly what shots they're catching you with. If the fight is
hold up, slow down. Did Kenny Porter tell him during this Terrence Crawford fight? That's what we at with it. Like what he would have did, what Sugar Hill would have did. What point in this fight did he ever say, "Oh, he's a coward"? I never heard him say that.
No. So I'm talking about bad cornermen say
We staying with this though. I don't want you. Like I said, don't give me fluff. Give me extra. Stick with this. Sugar Hill, Kenny Porter, Terrence Crawford fight. Different instructions.
Okay, so this is
like because he told him everything you said about. Far as like, hey, get on the jab. Hey, when he's fainting, you're waiting sometimes. Don't wait for him. Like he's telling them things like that. Hey, look, when he's switching, try to catch him in between the shots. Keep your hands up. Move.
Hey, I'm gonna stop the fight. I don't like the way you're looking. How about that? That should have been said. That's what a great cornerman does. They give you a round because
he was looking good before that happened.
Okay.
It's called championship rounds for a reason.
It was a competitive round.
He got dropped twice though.
And he still had his wits about him to where he was punching the ground. He wasn't drunk.
That was after he was dropped, bro. That was in the 10th round. He had never made it back to his corner to talk to his father when he got dropped. He got dropped, got up, he got dropped again.
He was more hurt in the Spence fight. He didn't stop that fight.
Let's not say we can't say what he felt. You just said he more hurt.
Okay, I'm
with this fight.
That's him. That's his quote.
Now he's more hurt in the Spence fight.
But those are his words. Those aren't mine.
But he's young. No. But we're talking about right here, right now, in the moment. You're saying what he said after the fight. We're talking about Sugar Hill instruction, Kenny Porter instruction. When he was younger. You know what I'm saying? He was younger then. He's an older man now, taking punishment with a lot of time left. Shit, he was doing arguably better in the Spence fight. Because I think that was still a split decision with the knockdown, right?
And
he made it to the end of it. He took more punishment in that fight too. And he took more punishment because that fight was 12 rounds.
Corner would have allowed him to finish. They would have gave him the grace because they've been around boxing long enough.
But look, by your own logic, hold up, an experienced corner knew he already lost the fight. They knew what he did in training. They counted the rounds. He was already down on all three judges' cards. There we go. He was down on all three cards. He just got knocked down twice in the 10th. So now that's a 10-7 round. An experienced corner know you already lost the fight unless you can knock this guy out.
Chris Colbert's corner knew he lost the fight. They didn't stop the fight. Experienced corners do not stop the fight because their fighters losing. They know fighters have pride and ego. They allowed them the grace to finish. You never know what could happen.
No. Let's not hold up. Let's not separate. Let's not say he's not an experienced corner just because he didn't want to see his son sipping out of a straw years later. Because that experienced corner that you're talking about, he ain't got to go visit that dude at the hospital. He ain't got to take care of his kids. Like, just not say he's not an experienced corner. Also, he's a father. Look, he sees his son more than that experienced corner man see that fighter. He knows that father, who's the trainer, knows him more just because you're the experienced corner. I changed his diapers, homie. Like, I put the first gloves on him. I know what he's capable of when we had our full potential, when we fully maxed out, and we did everything we were supposed to do.
You made my point for
but
me,
that
Mark.
but him being an experienced corner still gave him a chance. See, by what you saying, like if he was just a daddy, like, well, you ain't doing everything I said, well, I'm gonna call the fight off then, nigga. We call the fight off, or you get somebody else train you last minute. But I ain't gonna be in your corner. You know what I'm saying?
You made my point
because if it was all about the money, but nah, I'm an experienced corner, man. Shit, well, who knows, man? It's a 50-50 fight every time John Porter step in the ring.
How is he not an experienced corner man though? How is he not an experienced corner man when he's the 2-time welterweight champion of the world?
That shit is crazy to me.
Why does he have Barry Hunter in his corner if he knows about boxing?
To get help from other
because
people.
He doesn't know. Freddie Atlas don't have nobody in his corner. Freddie Roach don't have nobody in their corner.
Freddie Roach does that. Look, Boo Boy. Freddie Roach. Look, Freddie Roach played second fiddle to Boo Boy. Cause that's what Manny Pacquiao wanted.
That's what Manny Pacquiao wanted, not by choice.
And you know what? And Freddie Roach did it. He was the second man. He was not the lead trainer. So does that make Freddie Roach not great because he was in the corner and not the lead trainer? Hold up, man. A lot of guys. Look. I seen guys who've been lead trainers become. I seen cut men become lead trainers. Does that mean they're not an experienced corner? Like we gotta let Shell Moore finish what he was saying because I was cutting him off. Go ahead, Shell.
Look. Number one, what I was gonna say, two things. Number one, Barry Hunter was not in the corner when Sean Porter won those 2 welterweight championships that he owned. Barry Hunter was nowhere around. That was Kenny Porter, number one. Number two, do you know who was the cut man in the Martinez Chocolatito fight tonight? Who was the cut man for Martinez? You know who the cut man was?
That was to you, Boston. Hold on, let him answer. Boston Scholar, that was to you.
What was the question again?
See, because he ain't even listening.
The fight tonight, Chocolatito versus Martinez. There was a trainer and a cut man in Martinez's corner. Do you know who the cut man was?
No.
Bruh.
What you got, Boston Scholar?
I answered when you was playing the music. I said no.
Okay. Oh no, that was we gotta. Okay. No, we gotta have a show, man. We don't just have a conversation. We gotta have a show too. Go ahead. Who's the cut?
The cut man in that corner tonight was Eddie Reynoso. Martinez has his own trainer, but Eddie Reynoso was his cut man. So to Mark's point, the lead trainer, the guy who's supposed to be the superstar trainer, is not always the trainer. Sometimes he's just a fucking cut man.
You gonna say Eddie Reynoso ain't no good trainer?
Nah, I definitely wouldn't say that. Eddie Reynoso studied the sport, the game of boxing. What I was gonna say is, y'all done moved the goalpost. I gotta chase this goalpost, man.
How?
I didn't say this. I'm gonna explain.
Why was Barry Hunter in the corner? I said Barry Hunter wasn't.
Barry Hunter comes up with all the game plans for their fight.
No. See,
I watch behind the scenes the fights. Barry Hunter comes up with the game plans. That's why he's there.
For all the Sean Porter fights, even when he won the title. I ain't talking about this fight. When Sean Porter won his 2 welterweight championships, who was doing the game plans? Barry Hunter?
I'm pretty sure he was. I think you're wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure he was in the corner. You said he wasn't in the corner at all. We're gonna have to fact check, Mark. You have to fact check the fact checks, Mark.
I'll pull it up.
Yeah, when he fought Devin Alexander, won his first belt, and when he got the vacant belt from Danny Garcia, was Barry Hunter in his corner?
I don't know when he got with Barry. I know he's been working with Snacks forever.
Let me look at the corner. Let me see if they got a corner up there. Let me see if I can find some details. See, I found some details for you. But y'all continue while I pull it up. But that's what I was saying.
No, I'm just saying.
But yeah, that's all I was saying, man. Trainers are cut men are trainers, assistant trainers. Right. People do things that aren't even credited. Just because they don't even work your corner, don't mean they won't in your camp with you, like training in the gym with you.
So I think y'all missing my point, though. You're missing my point. So this is. Let me make a definitive statement, like Mark always say. Okay, this is what I believe, and you might agree with it or disagree with it. So
I was saying declarative statements because people always like to ask questions.
I get it. Yeah. So fathers and sons have always existed inside of boxing, right? But they rarely work out because the father can't be objective. He becomes subjective because his son is in the fight. If another person is like Mark even actually made my point for me. He didn't realize it. He said that trainer's not going to have to be around where Kenny Porter is feeding his son, et cetera, et cetera. That's the problem. When you have your father in the corner, he's going to be thinking of things like that. A trainer and you are going to have a discussion like Marq Breland and Deontay Wilder, and he's going to tell them, don't stop the fight no matter what. Now, if that's his father, you know what he's going to do? He's going to stop the fight anyway.
Some guys, yeah, but I remember the WBC at one point said they was going to eliminate that because they said the father was almost, like you said, like to your point, was biased, and the father going to get his son killed because he wouldn't stop the fight. You get what I'm saying? Or you got your son fighting at weight classes he shouldn't be fighting at, or your son is fighting at ages he shouldn't be fighting at. Like a lot of that shit goes back to Ali X stuff too, my brother. But I said all that to say this. I disagree with you. Father and son teams in boxing are very successful teams. Many guys become champions, go to the Olympics, become gold medalists, get into the business of boxing because of their dads. Now, granted, you got some dudes who were just guys off the street and got bullied, but a lot of times it was their dads that put them in boxing, whether he was the trainer or not. But it starts with like my mom and dad put me in boxing. I was getting bullied, or my mom put me in this, or my dad got me boxing, or I was fighting in school. My dad took me to the gym. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then I whooped his ass too. And okay, so this kid can fight. Some people just have it in them, but I just think that is crazy to say is something wrong with the father watering the seed.
So you know, boxing promoters make that same argument because normally they'll get a prospect before nobody even knows them. They'll put a whole bunch of money into them, get them fights, build them up, and make them this superstar. And then they'll leave them whenever they get older. They'll be like, "I made you. You wouldn't be responsible for me. I've been with you since the amateur." They make that same argument. The boxing promoters. I
don't get the same thing. No, they didn't change his diapers. And it's another thing. And what's the point of it's a difference between investing in someone's career, but you don't own them. You get what I'm saying? So I think we're thinking about two different things. We're talking about the relationship and saying father and son boxing teams don't work out. We have many gold medalists and many world champions to prove the opposite. That's all I'm saying.
That's the point I'm making. You just said it. You said that.
No, we saying two different things. You saying it don't work out. I'm saying I disagree. We have many gold medalists and many world champions that was from a father and son team. You said
and they all lead their father.
Teams don't work out.
They all lead their father. Tito, Sugar Shane Mosley, Floyd Mayweather, all of them lead their father for a reason. It ain't.
Okay, but they already don't made it to the mountaintop at that point. Like their father don't took them to the gym for 20 years.
And I think
gold medals, got them to the Olympics. They done became world champions, or they pro boxers making a lot of money. Okay, if you want to leave the nest and go off to be your own, that don't mean it didn't work out. We had a successful career together.
And that's the point I'm making.
No, that's not the point you're making.
He should have left his father. Yes, that's the point I'm making.
And that's a different point. You're saying they don't work out. I'm telling you they do work out. You're saying we're saying the same thing.
Well, can you look at a?
You're saying no, because you're saying okay, he leaves his father. He leaves his father when?
When your father can no longer
became a champion and he wanted to do other things.
He took him
That's okay. That don't mean they wasn't a success though. He became a champion from the playpen to the penthouse. It was a success. It worked.
So this is what you're saying.
Relationships can outgrow each other, bro. That doesn't mean it wasn't a successful relationship. What are we talking about here?
Okay, so you're saying that even though Floyd left his daddy, they were still a success, even though he left.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we're saying two different things. I agree with you on that. But what I'm saying is that a father can take a person to the mountaintop and can't take them any further. They have to lead them to progress. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that once a fighter becomes a superstar.
But my brother, hold up, slow down. Once you're at the mountaintop, there's only one way to go.
To another mountain.
You got to go down off that mountain to get up. That means you lost your title and you got to climb up again. Or you're going up in weight.
That's not what I'm saying.
You get what I'm saying? I'm just trying to use that mountaintop example. Like,
okay, let's take away the mountain.
Like, where's next? To Mars? You gonna fly on the cloud?
Let's take
the mountaintop.
Let's not get hung up on the imagery and what I said. What I'm saying is Kenny Porter can only take him so far. You know what I mean? Eddie Reynoso.
Let me stop you.
Okay, go ahead.
Let him finish.
What you saying is, hold on. Was you saying the same thing after he lost his finish? He should leave his father.
No, he allowed him to finish.
Okay, so I get it. Now I'm gonna tell you what I see, what I hear. This is what I hear. He's good to train with his father as long as you get the result that you like. But when you don't get the result that you like, he should leave his father. Am I off base?
Yes.
That's exactly what you just said, though. Because he didn't do that, he should have left his father.
No, because he went out and spoke against his son before the fight, right? That's not professional.
What did he say about his son before the fight?
He said, I sent you the video, Mark, you didn't watch it. But he said that his son was being an analyst. And they said, do you think it helps with the fighting? He said, no, it doesn't help with the fighting. Because let me tell you, I'll be in the corner and he'll be like, well, when I did this on this particular thing, I did that. Like he'll start overanalyzing stuff and he'll tell him like, that's my job. And then he said, you know what? I'm going to let you take over. He said this all before the fight. I'm going to send you the clip again when we get off. But he said,
yeah, I never got that. And I got our whole time thread right here. I'm looking at it right now. I got a fast phone now.
He said, I'm gonna allow you to take over this camp, but what you're gonna do is you're gonna do all my duties. And then he said, Sean Porter got quiet. He was like, you can't do my job for me, so let me do my job. So this is where I'm coming from before the trouble before the fight, and then how he acted after the fight, and the fact that he didn't give his son a chance to finish. Like I always come at stuff from a historical point of view. And I know that history matters, and it matters that his son got stopped versus if he would have finished the fight. Like that matters to me.
Okay, let me give you a point of reference. You know who Buddy McGirt is?
Of course.
Okay. You remember Buddy McGirt had a fighter, a Russian fighter, and they fought Subriel Matias? Remember that?
Yeah. He had a Russian fighter and they fought where?
Russian 140, a Russian 140 fighter, and they fought a Puerto Rican fighter named Subriel Matias. He's a top contender right now.
Okay.
And if you remember that fight, Subriel Matias killed that guy in a banger, in a competitive fight. Buddy McGirt says his greatest regret is that in the 10th round, they were going back and forth exchanging. And his fighter got Matias got the best of him at the end of the round. Fighter came to the corner, he asked him, do you want to go? It's not looking good. I'm thinking about stopping. His fighter said, no, I can go. I'm looking good. I can handle this guy. I can go. He said he knew that his fighter was about done, but he was still competitive. So I allowed him to go back out there when I knew I should have stopped the fight. He said, that's my biggest regret, because he went back out there and he died. I would have rather him be mad at me than his family being mad at me the way they are now. Because I could have stopped that fight, and I didn't, because he wanted to continue. The trainer, who was not related to the Russian guy, instead of using his better judgment, he listened to the fight. Kenny Porter saw what he needed to see, what he thought as a trainer, I've seen enough. And he stopped the fight. You don't know, I don't know, Marq doesn't know. If he allows Porter to keep going, if Porter makes it out of that round or makes it out of that fight, we don't know that. Because he saw what he needed to see to tell him to stop the fight. Buddy McGirt wishes he had done the same thing. This guy died like 2 years ago. In the ring. I don't train fighters. So I can't sit up here and say, well, I think Kenny should have did this. I think Kenny should have did that. I wasn't in the gym with Sean Porter for 20 years of his life. Kenny Porter was. I think he is in a better position to make that call than you or me.
Yeah, that wasn't what this fight was, though. You said it was. You said yourself it was competitive all the way up into the round where he was knocked down. This wasn't no drag out war. He wasn't taking a beating. It's not the same thing.
How is it not the same thing when the trainer of the fighter said, "I've seen enough. Stop the fight"? How is it not the same?
You said Bertie McGirt said he knew his fighter didn't have anything left, and he asked his fighter, did he want to go? He didn't even give Sean Porter the luxury of doing that, and it was a competitive fight all the way up into the.
He didn't have time. That's the part you keep missing. He didn't
because
have
he
time
stopped it.
Sean Porter got stopped, got dropped twice in that round.
Early.
After the second knockdown, Kenny Porter said, "I've seen enough," and stopped the fight. There was no comeback to the corner and let me talk to you. I've seen enough. Stop the fight.
Here's another wrinkle that we're talking about. If the 3 knockdown rule was in effect, which I don't know if it was, he would have been stopped.
Anyway. Come on, what you mean you don't know if it was? It ain't no 3 knockdown rule. Come on, man. Only the ref can stop the fight.
Did the referee see enough? Did the referee see enough to stop the fight?
3 knockdown. Come on, B.
What do you mean? So you know for a fact it wasn't a 3 knockdown rule in the fight?
I know for a fact.
In Las Vegas, there is no 3 knockdown rule.
Oh, okay.
Only the ref can stop the fight. They say it in front of every fight. Going by the uniform rules. There's no 3 rules. Only the ref can stop the fight. If a cut happens before the 4th rounds, we go to the card. If it happen after that, it's a no contest. Happen after that, we go to the card. We know the rules.
Did the referee see enough to stop the fight?
No, you said 3. You said I don't know if it was a 3 knockdown rules. Of course not. Of course not. Why would it be a 3 knockdown rule?
Yeah. So me and you talk about this all the time, Mark. You know my area, man, that I'm not strong in. But as far as this boxing shit, the X's and O's, I know that.
Taylor Bill said I'm playing 80s porn music in the background. Hey, look, I switched the beat up, man. These StreamYard beats, man. I'm trying something different for y'all. I'm trying to inspire.
You made these?
Huh?
You made these?
Hell no, I ain't make these shoes. No, but go ahead, man.
So basically, Marcus Scholar, what you're saying is you think you know more than Kenny Porter does.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
I'll be right back. Let me grab me a bottle of water.
All right. At the beginning, I told you I made a definitive statement. I said what I said. I said that father and son relationships in boxing, they normally don't work out, and it's because the father can't be objective. He becomes subjective because it's his son, and I think that's what Kenny Porter did. I don't think Kenny Porter's a bad human being. I think Kenny Porter's a human being, and that's what happens to human beings if they're emotionally invested. They don't stop the fight. You said yourself, Buddy McGirt did not stop the fight because that dude was not his son.
And that was his biggest regret. If that man died, he lost his life.
But that's hindsight. Hindsight's always 20/20. He gave him a chance, and that's what Kenny Porter would have did if that wasn't his son. You know, in an interview, Sean Porter said that he compared himself to Barry Sanders. I know you know Barry Sanders, right? So Barry Sanders' dad at the Hall of Fame speech turned to Barry. He said, "Let me address Jim Brown, the greatest running back. Now I'm going to bring up my son, the 3rd greatest running back of all time." Why are you like that with your son? That is so
crazy.
He
said his son was the 3rd greatest running back of all time behind Jim Brown and Walter Payton. Yeah, I remember that.
So Sean Porter compared himself to Barry Sanders. We all know Barry Sanders never bucked at his dad, never said anything, dissension, no nothing with his dad. I think it's the same way with him. I think the only reason he retired after this fight, not because he didn't have any fights left to give. I think he just was at a point where he was like, well, me and my dad have peaked. I don't want to fight without my dad. So he retired.
Barry Sanders isn't a 2-time champ. And by your own logic, that means Kenny Porter had 20/20 hindsight. He saw the future. He didn't want to see that happen to his son, slipping through the straw. 20/20 hindsight. But like I said, boxing and son teams work out because we got look at him. I mean, Barry Sanders ain't no 2-time champion. Respectfully, he's not. So, Sean Porter in the history books.
Barry Sanders in the history books. What you talking about, man?
Not as no two-time champion.
There's different sports.
That's what I'm saying. In his sport, though, he accomplished more than Barry Sanders. He's a two-time world champion. Fact.
No.
World champion.
No. Barry Sanders at his position is going to be considered one of the greatest. Sean Porter is not going to be one of the greatest at his position. He may go in the Hall of Fame, but he won't be considered one of the greatest. I disagree with that. But the only reason, because it's a one person fighting against one person. He's in a team sport. That's like saying Randy Moss ain't shit because he didn't win a Super Bowl. But the reason I brought up Barry Sanders is because he compared himself to Barry Sanders. You could only let a fighter talk and try to speculate what he's saying. So I'm just speculating. And what I think he's saying is that he compares himself to Barry because Barry don't have no voice. His daddy told him what to do his whole entire life, and he listened. Even at the point where he was getting his acceptance speech to the Hall of Fame, and he went up there at his acceptance speech and said, "Let me talk about Jim Brown," and then he addressed his son as the third greatest running back of all time. I think that's something Kenny Porter would do. I think that was a good analogy Sean Porter brought up, and I think he brought it up for a reason. Y'all go to sleep?
No, I'm listening to you. I'm trying to wrap my head around what you're saying. I just don't see it that way. I just think that he's a trainer. He's trained his son all 35 professional fights, all 200 amateur fights. He knows what his son can do, knows what his son can't do. In that situation, he knew who his son was in there with. He was there to fight. He was watching the whole way the fight unfolded. At the point when Bud turned up and dropped him twice in the 10th round, he had seen enough, and he made a decision. Right, wrong, or indifferent, that's the decision he made, and we got to live with it. That's the results we got.
That's important what you just said.
I don't think he should be punished or, chastised or anything for making a decision that he felt was right. Because at the end of it all, right, we ain't got to live with the decision that he made. He does. And Sean does. And that's all that matters. We can have our opinions and we can speculate. We can, think what we want. But the bottom line is, he got stopped.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Are you a Bud fan?
I'm a boxing fan, but I like Bud Crawford. He's my favorite fighter today.
I was just asking because me and Marq was talking, and when I first called in, and we were talking about him carrying Sean Porter, and I was like, no, nobody carries anybody at an elite level. Like it's too risky. I cannot see a fighter getting in there carrying another elite fighter. Now I can understand a bum, but an elite fighter that's too dangerous. It's too much risk involved. I think those body shots is wearing down that Bud.
Like I always tell Marq, and Marq can attest to this. What you're saying, sir, is absolutely true. Sean Porter was competitive in that fight until he wasn't.
Yeah, I agree.
So like me and Marq had the conversation earlier. There is no column in BoxRec for I came close, or I did really, really good, or I almost beat him. Those columns don't exist. It's win, lose, or draw. And he lost.
So I got a question to that point.
Huh?
So I got a question.
Mm-hmm.
Did Taylor, the dude that fought Taylor, did he get his ass whooped because he lost?
Who? You talking about the guy Catterall?
Yeah.
He lost. I thought he whooped Taylor's ass. I thought it was a bad decision.
So my only point is that the records don't tell.
113, 112 for Catterall.
So the records don't tell the whole story, then, right?
The records tell the story because I've been saying this when the fight got made way back. I said this from what I've seen from my 7 years I spent in the ring, and when I've been watching boxing since 1967. And I said it then, I said it a year ago, and I'm gonna say it now. There is no version of Sean Porter that could beat Terrence Crawford. The Sean Porter that fought Danny Garcia, the Sean Porter that fought Errol Spence, none of those Sean Porters can beat that guy.
So who you got? Spence and Crawford.
Crawford stopped Spence inside of 11 rounds.
So were you the guy last time that answered the question about Emil Griffin?
Yes.
It makes sense now how you knew that. You said you've been watching boxing how long?
Since 1967.
1967. Wow. So this guy was telling me one time I got into an Uber. He was talking. I was in Vegas and he was telling me how Muhammad Ali. They didn't have like pay-per-view back then. They would just get together in like a gym, an old gymnasium, and just watch the fight like a watch party. But they would charge at the door.
No, we would do when I watched when I went to the fight. I watched the Ali Frazier run. We had to go to a movie theater. We paid $15. Like the El Rey or the Los Angeles Theater downtown or the State, a movie theater where you see movies.
Yeah.
And they would close circuit the fight. They would sell the fight to the movie theater. Then people would come in and pay $15 and sit down and watch the fight.
Are you familiar with Torito?
Tarico?
Yeah.
No, what is that?
The dude, he called himself Torito. Tony Ayala.
Tony Ayala?
Yeah.
The fighter?
Yeah.
Yeah, Tony Ayala, yeah. I know who that is.
Man, I worked out with him before when he was still alive. He had he moved from the San Fernando gym, but that's crazy. His son, right? Like his son had just got out of jail too, man, and that stuff happened.
Yeah.
But that goes to you know what? I watched a documentary the other day. Torito said that his daddy put him in with the guy. He was like 10 or 11. His daddy put him in there with an 18-year-old. And he started getting beat up.
Yeah.
His daddy grabbed a jump rope and had it like a whip and started whipping his legs from up underneath the ring.
Yeah.
That's why that boy has so many demons, man. That's crazy.
But that's that old school mentality. You got to remember something. Like with my kids, your kids, our parents, right? A parent can only give a child what they have. I can only raise you based on the way I was raised, because that's all I know. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I was raised by people who were raised by people who were born around the year 1916, 1918, right? Mm-hmm. So those people who were born in 1916, 1918 were raised by people who were slaves. You understand?
Yeah.
So they taught them what they knew, which was whooping, beating, and all that shit. Them old people taught my parents whooping, beating, and all that shit. That's why we got whooped, because that's all they knew. So Tony Ayala's father whooping him from under the ring in 67, 68, 69, something like that. He's 10 years old. It's not surprising, because that's probably all he knew. That's probably the way he was taught.
Yeah, that makes sense though. Why he turned out the way he turned out, man. That man was battling demons.
Yeah, he was probably fucking abused, because I was abused. I mean, you ever consider it abuse now, but when I was coming up, this is just getting your ass fucking up. There was no abuse. You got work with extension cords and broomsticks or whatever they could grab. That's just the way they were. But that's all they knew. As you get older, you start to understand these things. They wasn't trying to abuse you. They didn't know no other way to discipline you because that's the way they were disciplined.
Mark, we was talking about Tony Allen.
What I got. Sometimes I ain't got shit, so I can't give you shit. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Man, I hope y'all enjoyed the show, man. I was listening in, man. Y'all having a good conversation. Hate that.
Yeah.
Hate to go like this, but all good things must come to an end, even the show. Man, pull up. I appreciate everybody who's here now. Wish you guys pull up earlier and enjoy the show. I see a lot of people pulling up now, but yeah, man, I see y'all on the next one. Boston Scholar, you want to plug your channel?
Subscribe to me. Just how you type it in, just how you see it, I'll pop up. Is the guy that's talking, is he in the chat?
He on the phone.
I'm on the phone.
Can you got an email or something I can link with you now? I want to talk old school boxing with you.
You'll see him again. He'll be right here every time. The show more. He always every episode.
I want to talk to him off camera too, though.
Oh, okay.
You get my number.
You gotta wait.
You get my number from Marqnash. Marqnash got it.
Okay, I get it.
All right.
Yeah, do that, brother. I highlight you.
Appreciate it, Boston Scholar.
All right.
You
all right,
good?
brothers. Have a good one, man. Mark, as always, you know how we do it. I'll probably hit you up on the line tomorrow. You know how we do it.
All the time, bro. God bless. Hey, man, it's been another great episode of Breaking Beats, where we break down business, entertainment, art, technology, sports, and anything else you will not feel like squeezing into those letters. Hope you guys enjoyed the content. Man, shout out to everybody who pulled up. It was a good show. We ended up with Sean Porter. Let me see what his rank was at the end right here. According to this, 47%. Says Sean Porter is a future Hall of Famer. How about that? Let me see what we have with it. We'll put that. I'll put that in the community tab as well. Hope you guys enjoyed that. But yeah, says Sean Porter, 6% said not that good, 35% said good, 12% said great, and 47%, a resounding 47% said Sean Porter is a future Hall of Famer. Y'all looking at the wrong one, but it's all good. It's your man Marqnash, another great episode of Breaking Beats. Remember, dreams require sleep, goals require effort. Also remember, respect is free. Disrespect can cost you everything. It's your man Marqnash. I'll see y'all on the next one. God bless you. Hope you love yourself. If not, guess what? I do, and so does the neighborhood here at Breaking Beats. Peace.